with the camera. Hello, everyone, and welcome to another session of Roll for Damage, where a group of us geeky friends decided to get together and showcase our storytelling through Dungeons & Dragons for all of the interwebs. No big announcements for tonight, other than, unfortunately, our fair friend, Tick, came down with a sad case of perhaps food poisoning, perhaps something else, but he's very nauseous and not feeling well, so he will be unable to make it tonight. So if any combat does ensue, I will be barbarianing for him. But who knows where this group will head tonight. They just came off of a very hefty battle, so I'm not sure they want to jump into one right away. So we'll see. But otherwise, no major announcements. So I think we can just jump right in to tonight's session of Roll for Damage. Okie dokie. So, let me get us set up here. So, last we left off, the Shields of Twilight had been investigating a potential corruption of an organization within the government of Atril. Tasked by the Triumvirate to seek out and understand whether the Strangled Vine was corrupt within or being led by a corrupt member of the Triumvirate themselves. The group were given some information and left to their own devices to do their detective work and figure out what was going on. And this was to allow Oriana some clemency in regards to her mistake in releasing the war criminal Damien Felvin, her mentor, when she was first learning her bardic magic. The group managed to, with some help, find some information that the Strangled Vine was working with the cult of the Undying King, or the Order of the Undying King, and that there was a meeting to be had between Zelfax and the Order within the Forbidden Tomb. And that somehow Ephraim was involved, but how, they were not quite sure. They managed to head to the Forbidden Tomb alongside Lex, who had her own agenda as to why she wanted to figure things out. And after some exploration, eventually came upon the final sort of ceremonial chamber within the tomb that was littered with bones of long dead creatures. And within that room, they had heard a conversation, seemingly between Ephraim and two other individuals. One who they recognized to be the man that had imprisoned them in the gas chamber within the factory district of River Inn, and another gentleman that they had not yet met. But as they stepped within, were made aware that he was Butcher, whose name they had heard a while back from their late friend, Mr. Dobsworth Pons. Butcher seemed to be protecting another figure cloaked as the battle went on. But after some negotiation with Oriana and being told that they knew Dobby, was willing to work with them to finish off the remnants of the Strangled Vine and have a chat about what was going on. And during that battle, the cloaked figure was revealed to be Shaitis, Bal'taem's sister, who had been taken months before when they had been attacked in the desert. Eventually managing to do away with this necromancer and leader of the organization, the group reconvened with Lex and Butcher, learned a little bit of why he was involved, and watched as he walked away to search for more information on where Ephraim might have headed with his cargo, who seemed to be Butcher's daughter, in tow. The group gathered a cart to haul the body of the commander of the Strangled Vine, Zelfax, and Lex left to lick her wounds a little bit and rest, as she was fairly heavily injured, much like the group. All the while, Oriana, as they were still within the tomb but stepping out, quietly messaged Cade Gorsham that they had information and had sort of come to the conclusion of their investigation, and for him to meet them at her family estate. And that is where we pick up. So, you are all on the outskirts of the walls. You have procured this cart. You are together once more and have been left to your own devices by Butcher and Lex at this point. And you know that you have, or Oriana, you know that you have made the call to Cade. Yep. So, what would you like to do in this moment?
Well, first thing, just to get it out of the way, because we were going to do it before we wrapped up last time, we want to get all the fancy stuff that Campion identified, just, what he said was magical, off of our new corpse.
Okay, so you managed to within 15 minutes or so managed to remove the armor on this individual. And what I said were bracers. These bracers, though, seem to be around the they're like these bands that are around his ankles. So you managed to pull those off and pull off the armor. And are you leaving him just in the clothes that he's wearing, or?
No, I mean, we got an old suit of armor that somebody, I think Perry, ditched a regular suit of leathers.
For the bar wrap.
Just to make it look like, he wasn't literally stripped for parts.
You had studded leather, so you just put just regular studded leather back on this individual.
I'll shove the magical items in the bag of holding.
Okay.
Good man.
Yeah, I know Peregrine has one bag of holding, but you also have yours. So Campion has it in his bag of holding. So make sure you just write that down in your collective group loot so that you have it and can figure it out later. But yeah, you managed to like put armor back on him, sort of like get him settled again, and then place him in the cart. And I believe you got a blanket, and you put that blanket over top of him.
Yes, I rented both a cart and a tarp of some sort.
You didn't rent it, you bought it, but yeah, you have it.
No, I rented it. This is going back to those people later. I have no use for a cart.
They were. They did. I mean, they didn't. What I'm saying is it's up to you on what you want to do.
I understand.
But they gave it to you because they didn't assume they were going to get it back. So
I understand, but I am not the cabbage merchant from Avatar. Therefore, I do not need a cart because I expect to go into a thriving vegetable business at any time.
Fair enough.
So,
all right. So yes.
Although that would be a nice retirement plan, just be a
the
cabbage
cart that
farmer.
you procured now has the body of this gentleman within it. And he is covered, so
Cool.
no one will know the wiser unless they do a heavy investigation for whatever.
Okay, cool.
Well,
so then, as nonchalantly as possible, I want to start making our way back through Oriana's family home.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just so we can get off the street.
Okay, yeah, you're right now you're out on this sort of like plateauish clearing with like I said, that tree. But you begin to walk forward, and Bal and Shaitis will stay at the back. He's sort of like holding her and leading her, and she's still sort of keeping her breathing calm and sort of clutching at her chest, but she kind of nods along and is okay with you guys proceeding forward. So you begin to make your way through. You're not stopped at the gates. The guards just watch as you pass through. Don't seem to be bothered by anything in terms of how you're proceeding or anything to worry about, and you begin to walk back towards the estate, which you know is probably about 20 to 30 minutes.
Cool.
While they were dressing our evidence, could I have told them that that Kate will meet us at
you can do so while they're doing this, go ahead and tell the group what you like.
So, Kate is going to meet us at the estate.
How does he know we're going to be? You fucking called him, didn't you?
I told you as soon as we did what we needed to do in there that I was going to call them.
Right, and thanks for not giving us a fucking heads up on that. All right, well, I guess we're spending the walk back making sure we understand what we're telling them, which is time we would have been able to spend otherwise. Thanks for that.
Don't huff, Oriana. I'm over the selfish decisions and the thoughtlessness and the not considering everybody else.
Right, so let's get our shit together on our way back.
I don't want to fight about this, but I told you.
Good, then let's not. Let's go ahead and just get our shit together. Now.
We'll hash that out later. Anyway.
We have more, I agree, we have more pressing things to deal with. So, we have the evidence that we found that points to things being planted in Ileana's home.
Right.
You do not have that.
Not with us, but like we have, like, I mean, like in terms of like, it is a thing that we have, like we have acquired. We know we don't have it like on us. We left it.
Yeah, Oriana gave it to her Chamberlain as a letter
Oriana
to
gave
Kate.
us
the papers, the untranslated papers.
We don't know that.
Yeah, only Campion has the cipher.
Cipher,
And
that's right. We don't know that either.
And I told the Chamberlain not to do anything with it unless he hasn't heard from me in like 3 days.
Okay, so
the idea being, if I had died in there, that maybe something.
But
she
did. I don't know if they know that, but I will say,
we
like,
do not.
you.
You know,
they
should have said that.
I mean, you assume you have the papers,
but it is still there. They're still
Yeah.
there. Like, it's not like I've hidden them or anything.
No,
they will be there when we get there.
okay, so Campion, you have the cipher, right? To determine so that they'll be able to read the documents, right? Okay.
Peregrine, do you still have the memory of the voice when we were chained up?
Yes. I have. I don't normally. I've never even tried to erase anything. I mean, all it's going to have is what they said and the sound of their voice. So,
which was shaky. If I remember the history check you did on that.
Yeah,
was
it is not great.
So.
And then you have the recording of what we overheard in
what
the...
recording?
What? Could you make a recording? of.
I don't remember
heard.
clear enough, and I don't think my memory is good enough to remember that.
Okay.
Also, by the way, finite resource I'd have to replace. Please don't assume to use my things without asking. Anyway, I vote that when we explain things, I thought maybe, now I doubt we could have, but I would have liked to have brought that man in alive. But he was dead set on killing us, and I think that that's how we should explain ourselves.
That is what happened.
Also, we went because Bal'taem's sister was potentially in imminent danger.
You'll ask how we knew.
How we knew what?
How we knew that she was in there.
We've had information that she was taken by the cult. We had information that that cult was potentially meeting there. We determined that it was possible that she'd be down there.
We made a logical leap, and we went.
But
It's as simple as that.
just making sure that we had our story solidified, so they're not going to like that we went in there.
That's the purpose of this whole conversation, and why I was hoping we'd have more time to do it. But
also, I mean, we have the body. I mean, there are ways to make the dead talk.
yeah, they don't have to talk to you, and they don't have
tell
to.
the truth.
That too. I used to be able to do that sort of thing. It's a shot. I'll grant you, but.
Well, I'm saying, if leaving up to them, probably more.
I'm gonna look at the exploded head that Lex caused and just.
Yeah, you do know that in order to speak with dead, you actually have to have something that can physically talk.
Does he not have a mouth anymore?
I didn't think
His head was
blown
blown
His head
off.
got blown off. So.
Yeah.
I just thought there was a bullet hole. All right, never
No,
mind.
she uses pretty high caliber shit.
Yeah.
Well,
It's
it
like
wasn't.
a-
It wasn't
it's like a
that. It
thunder.
wasn't that. It wasn't that. It was one bullet. She did like her last 4 attacks and just
Yeah.
boom, 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 boom.
Okay,
and just
okay,
had
well,
his whole
She
head.
just.
That was an intense fight, and I didn't remember specifically how that motherfucker died. So
Yeah, no, that's fair.
Stand
But yeah,
corrected.
she was. She was.
died poorly.
She was 100% making sure that he was not coming back. Likely, and I'll just say, like, just from your intelligence, likely because everything else was coming back, and she was like, nah, I don't
Fair,
want to have
yeah.
anything to do with
Yeah,
this
yeah,
shit.
hmm No, she went
100%.
Walking Dead rules. If you kill someone, take the head.
Dead don't die. Get
Yeah.
the head. you know. So yeah, you get the
And
sense
shoot
that
twice.
that was
Yeah.
her purpose, even though
Okay.
you guys, I believe someone called out like try to keep him alive, and she was like, no.
Yeah, that was
yeah, that was you.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, like
Well,
she
she's
was just
like,
like
nope.
too much is coming alive
Nope.
in here. I'm not
Understand.
taking the chance. So
Yeah, that's fair.
also she was very badly hurt and she didn't want to die. So.
Also fair.
Uh,
And
but
we
yes,
were all
but yes,
basically in
I
that
will say
same
that.
struggle
So,
boat.
so you know that
He's
speak with dead, especially you, Quinn, would know that it requires like even like a skull, like the jaw needs to be intact because they need to have something to be able to speak with,
Right.
even if it's not like a full tongue and flesh and everything like that.
right.
Yeah. So
There's
as
not
part of the
much
whole
left
like
of it.
explaining that he doesn't have to talk. I was like, plus if I remember right, he didn't have much of a head. That's essential. Heads are important for talking.
Fair enough. However, we have this individual.
Mm-hmm.
We have the documents, and should they look, I'm sure the evidence that was supposedly going to be planted
Mm-hmm.
is already there.
Right. And with that, I mean, we're a group of people with no access to her place, so how the hell would we even know that things were there? And we couldn't. It's not like we could fabricate something like this.
Right.
That's a point in our favor.
Is there anything else you want to chat about before you get close to the Scarlet Estate?
Hmm.
I'm writing everything down real quick so we don't forget anything. So we've got the documents, we've got the cipher, we've got his body, we've got our knowledge of the plot, knowledge of the meeting.
Also, he did in fact attempt to kill us, and we had not even really begun to look.
We just went out for dinner.
Meeting. Am I forgetting anything? The documents, cipher, body.
No, I don't think so.
We know of
That's
the plot
basically all the
against
crap we just
her
rattled off.
meeting.
Yeah,
Okay.
we're good.
I'm just making sure I got everything written down so that we
And what are we saying that we
got our
got?
chickens.
How we got to the step of?
We're saying we knew of the meeting,
Mhm.
and we knew that there was a possibility your sister would either be there or be involved in some way because we knew the cult was connected.
Yeah, because of the cult connection, we knew that it could potentially lead to something on your sister, either
And
her
that's why we
presence
acted
or
without-
information on where she might be. So we had to jump on it because there was a window.
Imminent danger.
Okay, so we're gonna say that the cult is the reason why we didn't inform him.
Because we suspected your sister might be involved.
Right,
And
I'm
since
saying-
she's with us, we also
Right.
have evidence that that's
I
true.
was saying like because we're supposed to report anything on the Strangled Vine. We're gonna say instead of us knowing it was a Strangled Vine, I mean it was something to do with the cult. You know.
No. We're just gonna say that we needed to get there quickly, so we did not have time.
Right. We didn't have time to
Inform
ask
them.
permission. We had to just
Go
go
as
and ask
quickly
for
as
forgiveness
possible.
later.
Because we were not supposed to be there.
Okay.
Okay. So,
Do this.
as you get closer
Mhm.
and begin to turn the street to head to the Scarlet Estate, you notice, as you've been coming up, now that you're getting away from that area where it was like void of guard, you've been noticing like more city guard. As you're getting closer to the estate, more guard. And as you turn the street, those black armored guards that you had seen up those steps when you had been taken to Dragonstone Citadel are lining the entire street in front of Oriana's estate. And as you kind of turn in and notice them, and they sort of notice you coming by, you see that they are just lined up and down the street, guarding the outside of the Scarlet Manor.
I do believe that will not be just Cade in there waiting on us.
Really not.
Eventually, you make it up to the gates. No one stops you. And as you press the communication device, you see your Chamberlain pop up, and he says, "Oh, Lady Oriana, we have some distinguished guests in the estate this day. I was not expecting them. Please, I believe they are waiting for you."
How many would be some, sir?
You'd best come in.
Sorry about not giving warning, Kieran.
Oh, you say sorry to him. Nice. All right, in we go.
Quinn.
All right. You walk through, and again, like the entire sort of walkway is lined with these guards, and you see patrolling. Actually, the tops of your walls are armored gunnery.
Nice.
Riflemen?
Riflemen, yeah. And within your grounds are aside from your guard, other of these armored guards. Imagine the president was coming to visit you.
Yeah.
You have the Secret Service all around.
Yeah. Alexander's probably here. Yeah.
This is
So,
cool. So while we're going through, Quinn's just going to awkwardly, everyone's like, "How you doing?"
And
to one of the guards, and I guess they say nothing.
Amongst most of them just like turn to look at you. Don't give you any negative vibes, but don't really, they're kind of like, what are the English
Beefeaters.
Yeah, they're like them.
Yeah.
They're kind of like are doing their job. They're just meant to stand there and stay vigilant. What you do
That's
notice
fine.
though is amongst the armored individuals, you do notice robed individuals as well, and you do notice Perry especially. You do notice certain figures sometimes flitting about certain shadows.
Oh,
as well.
delightful.
Yeah.
But you'll catch them for a moment and then they'll be gone out of your vision.
Nice.
The rest of you don't have a high enough passive to notice them. But yeah, you make it up to your doors, and what are you doing? You have this cart behind you. What do you do as you get to the front doors?
Well, the cart can't go inside. You know what?
I'll turn to one of the guards. Could you watch this until we're ready to bring the body in?
No effectual anything, just says, right. We'll be fine here. You get the understanding they're probably not paid to ask any questions or do anything. As long as it doesn't like get up and walk away and do something strange,
Right.
they likely will not be doing anything. So yeah, you park it off sort of to the side and get the sense that unless something in here is completely against you and going to like screw you, which you don't really feel that sense, these are just guards to be protecting their leaders.
Right.
It should be there when you need it. So you kind of park it off to the side by a few guards that are like standing around the entrance and head up to the door. And as you step up to the door, it's already opening with Kieran standing there and being like, Lady Oriana, please, they're within the the room that you've been using, your father's gathering room, war table room. And he kind of like leans up to you and he says, I wasn't expecting them, and I didn't know where you were. I gave your letter to Cade.
Letter? What letter?
And the documents?
You can make a perception check because he's doing this quite sneakily.
Oh, well, that won't matter.
As he pulled her aside and spoke into her ear.
I did not know she was pulled. All right, sorry about that. I mean, I'll try, but the odds are bad. Never mind.
You do not hear
I take
this.
that back.
As you guys are kind of like walking in, you do see Oriana just be pulled aside, and you notice the nervousness with this man.
Right.
I mean, these seem to be quite important people to them, and very unexpected. And so you definitely notice his nervousness, but you do not hear what he says to Oriana. And
I don't get a
Peregrine,
sweater,
even
no.
with your even with your perception, you don't see specifically what he says because he kind of like pulls her aside quietly. But yeah, then he lets you go, Oriana, and he says,
Yeah, I'll
he
just take
like, nods.
his hands and kind of just like, comfort him and say, no, you did exactly what I asked. Thank you.
I'm sorry, I wasn't expecting them.
No, it's fine. It's fine.
And it's all of them.
Ooh.
I had a feeling.
But you are kind of like led, and now that you're inside, more guard within your home, literally like patrolling the home, and within the foyer are these like black armored guard and some robed individuals like at the top of the foyer steps and stuff like that. What you do notice, Oriana, is at the top of the foyer steps as you all step in, Helena glaring down at all of you. She doesn't say anything, but her gaze is piercing. And she stands there. You get the sense she very much wants to say something, but is held back by decorum and the situation at hand. But you are led by some of the guard to the sort of war table gathering room. And as you step inside, at the very back wall, sort of turned away from you, that half-orcish gentleman. On his left, the purple tiefling woman, and to his right, who you know to be Cade Gorsham. And as you're sort of led inside and offered seats, Alexander turns. Well, this is most interesting. I
Just kind of bow.
believe you have an explanation you would like to give. So I will allow you to tell your tale. And then We will ask questions, of course, to better understand the whole situation.
Of course.
Right.
After you tasked us with our mission, we began to investigate and look into certain aspects of the issue. We received word from a source that the leader of the Strangled Vine, or a member of it, I suppose, with a name starting with Z, had been meeting with the cult of the Undying. Was it Undying King, right?
Yeah, the Undying King.
Yeah, the Undying King. We used the information of where this division of the Strangled Vine meets to investigate a section of the sewers, and when we were there, we came across a set of documents that we were able to translate after discovering a cipher.
And as you say this, you watch as Ileana turns over her hand, and sort of this purplish mage hand comes out and lifts the documents from your letter.
Those are
I
the documents.
think you mean this?
I do.
Ah, very well. You have a cipher.
Yes. Campion, do you still have the cipher with you?
She looks to you, Campion.
Yeah, he looks towards Campion.
Yeah, I asked if you still have the cipher with you.
Oh yeah, Campion, he digs in his bag and he starts pulling out just random shit. And he's like, oh. Yeah, here it is.
Okay, so you put the couple of pieces of paper, and again her mage hand pulls out and grabs them gently from you, not greedily, but just once you offer them up, grabs them and pulls them towards her, and she says, I will take a look at this and see what we can make out of them. And you see her place them in front of her and begin to start to look over them as you continue.
We eventually discovered from those documents that Zelfax was attempting to frame you, my lady.
She glances up for a moment, but then goes back down to her procuring of the documents and trying to understand them.
My computer just shut off. I don't have my notes now.
Come on, we just discussed this. You got this.
All right.
So last thing you said was you found out that she was being framed.
Yeah.
Don't forget the help of her faithful assistant.
Mm-hmm.
We also had reason to believe Ephraim may also be involved. And since this involved the cult of the Undying King, one of our group, and I'll point to Bal'taem, had a sister who we believed was kidnapped or in danger with them. Realizing from those documents that the tomb was where a meeting was to take place, we decided it was time was of the essence and that we needed to be there as soon as possible, both to verify the meeting, potentially capture Zelfax or Ephraim, and to rescue Bal'taem's sister. Who, and then I'll point to her.
Yeah, she's kind of
Shy.
standing at the back, eyes closed, taking deep breaths at this point. You hear Alexander take a breath, and he says, I see. Well, so you can instantly send the message right when you're leaving and finished your business, but cannot send it going.
We feared that a fight would break out, and I wanted to ensure that all of my resources would be available to ensure that our mission was a success.
And all of the a trillion resources are not good enough. You see, Oriana, you are walking a very fine line as a traitor to the state. Now, you present evidence and we will verify it. I have no problem understanding that you needed to do what you needed to do to ensure your investigation went as planned. But I also know that as part of your investigation, Cade needed to make sure that you didn't find yourselves imprisoned due to breaking into a factory. That how you got there, I do not care.
You maybe might want to.
There are forces at work constantly. Why you felt you needed to break into a building rather than seek guards is very interesting.
Yeah, we were a bit disoriented, had no idea where we were. Or where any of our possessions were.
You have a person who lives and has born and has spent 22 years in Riverend. So your excuses fall on a little bit of deaf ears, my friend.
If I may, you are correct. Means to do things has been hazy at best, but I hope and you see that in the way that we have gathered what we have gathered will prove Oriana's loyalty and steadfastness.
Right. So the ends justify the means. That is what you are saying to me, correct? That skirting the law got you what you needed, and therefore you are in the right.
No.
No, sir.
Saying we're quite in the wrong, and I'm admitting to this.
If I may, sir, I know that you believe that the way we got into that factory and found ourselves there was immaterial. However, we have come to know that the individual who drugged us and attempted to leave us to die in that factory was in fact Zelfax. And we did not know who we could trust within the guards. I understand that the way that we went about things was incorrect, and there is no excuse. I will say that we did have a reason. And if I may, and I will reach into my bag and produce the sphere. My memory of the event was rather hazy, but I do have a small memory of the individual who spoke to us and left us to die there that night that we were arrested.
And you play it?
Yes.
Okay, you play it. He listens for a moment. He says, "Does not a voice I recognize, but that is fair. But it is also circumstantial.
Understand.
At best. And, like I said, you had the ability to let us know to meet you here. So apparently you did not use all your resources. But you could not call on us to make sure that what you were investigating was indeed the right path.
With all due respect, sir, we were looking into corruption, and we were not sure just how far this corruption went. We did not want to risk.
Your friend just told me that you found that one of our own was being framed.
Yes,
And
sir.
so you knew that she was probably not involved, as she likely would not frame herself.
We did, however.
And you knew that Zelfax, this commander of the Strangled Vine, and he turns to Ileana and she just nods, the commander of the Strangled Vine, was the culprit along with potentially a friend.
That's why we didn't get to have a chance to go to her, because from what we saw, the two looked to be working rather close together. Ileana
Why
and
not
Freyne.
Cade or me? You were happy enough to have Cade's help releasing you from potential prison. Right, I see.
Sir,
Your
it
silence
is-
explains how you went about this. And believe me, this is not to put you in a position of feeling inadequate. You seem to have come out less worse for wear. You have survived whatever it was that you attempted to discover. But understand that a place of law is a place of law for a reason. There are rules for a reason. And just because perhaps your sister is in danger, or you are worried that you might not make it on time, that does not give you privilege, especially as a traitor to the nation, to enter the most forbidden place in Atrillian history.
I understand, sir. And I'm willing to accept whatever judgment you deem worthy.
So, you say that you went,
Yes.
you dealt with Selfax.
He's outside. Well,
His body is outside. He was
Yeah, that-
very set on killing us.
And you said Ephraim was a part of this. Is he also
is not.
outside?
nope.
He escaped.
He got
He
away.
did.
He
And
escaped
he
with
was
this
framing
untouched girl.
Ileana. And Ileana at this point puts her hand up. No. He was not. Zelfax was... interestingly enough, working on his own. I knew of his plots, but I did not have any evidence to move on him. He was very, very quiet about his movements. These papers are useful and will help me understand exactly which members of the Strangled Vine are corrupt. So I thank you for that. But Ephraim's only negative actions were to give Zelfax access to certain areas, which I do not know his reasons behind, but business is business.
Ma'am, we do believe that we know what his reasons were.
You do? What
he
was he
was-
doing?
Experimenting on Sun-Touched, ma'am.
For what reason?
That we are not sure, although Bal'taem's sister here, Shah, was a victim, and he escaped with one of his victims. He was exceptionally powerful,
I see.
and we could not stop him. For that, I am deeply sorry.
And she looks, and she says, "Step forward." And Shy looks extremely nervous and shy as she's holding her chest, but kind of steps forward. "What exactly did this man do to you?" I don't know. Something with our nature. He needed to tap into our blood and access the divine within our genealogy. Interesting. I wonder why. Well, perhaps we can figure this out together. And she turns to Alexander. If he really was experimenting on Suntouched in our nation, and his experiments have reaped fruit, we should take what he has left behind and figure out what his methods and purpose were. Do you not agree, Alexander? You see Alexander stroke his chin, his beard, for a second. I see. Well, we should at least look into it to better understand what was being done right under our noses.
What exactly does that mean?
And he looks at you. Well, if nefarious magics are being done in my nation, if this could potentially be a danger to citizens here, it seems your sister is the only living proof that we have of what was being accomplished. So it would be good for us to research and speak with her, better understand what exactly occurred, what she can remember, and try to figure out his methods and purpose for whatever he was doing with these sun-touched victims.
Yeah, I want to insight check that. DM, just
You're like the only one, man.
So
insight
do
check on
I.
that one.
13.
I can't trust these people as far as I can throw them.
I'm
Nope.
unnerved.
Somebody wiser than I, please.
God, no. Yeah.
18?
He is very, very difficult to read.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I knew those words were coming from the DM.
Mm-hmm.
You don't get the sense one way or the other, but I will say that, like, it does not seem like he has had prior knowledge of this. From what you're gathering and the way that he's at least playing it, he's either a very, very, very good actor, which could be possible, or he's genuinely trying to understand the situation and acting as any leader would, and being like, if there is a biological weapon potentially being leveraged against my country, I need to understand how it was created and made.
Yeah.
So you're not sure if he's
Okay.
like wants her because he wants to make his own, if he wants her because he wants to understand this better, if he wants her because he's a part of it. You don't have any clue about that, but the way that the vibe that you're getting from him is, I need more information. That's the vibe that you're getting. You have Cade kind of steps in. Alexander, this is a delicate situation. We should probably seal the tomb once more. Yes, I agree. Unfortunate it was opened, but hopefully nothing has escaped.
If I may, question: are there normally guards in that area?
Not a heavy contingent.
But some.
Some.
And right, when we went, there were none.
Good to know. Appreciate
So
you
I don't-
letting us know, but probably working in conjunction with Zelfax. I can't say every guard is 100% trustworthy. Unfortunately,
I imagine
everyone
so.
has their price.
Yeah, I imagine so. I just wanted to point that out because whoever was on shift at that time, you may want to have a little chat
We
with
will
them.
definitely look into it, so thank you. Either they are corrupt or they are dead. It's one of the two options, but
Understandable.
we will look into it. I appreciate that. All right, so you have the body, you have these papers, Ileana. Yes, this is interesting, and it does explain the framing. I do not know where the information is in my tower, but I am probably... I will have a good sweep and see what I can find. Again, it is of no consequence to me, really. I knew that he was doing something. I just could not pinpoint exactly what. Now, I understand it was simple greed and jealousy. Unfortunate for someone of his station. But it is hard to find trustworthy individuals these days. Still, I knew Ephraim's initial intentions were more than just being an advisor. He was a lot harder to figure out. Now we have some knowledge of his movements, but he is likely long gone from here, or at least close by. Still, we have this woman, and perhaps with the right rituals we can figure out what maybe he was doing.
With the intent of fixing it, I imagine.
With the intent of understanding it, I do not know if it can be fixed.
I would hope it can. There's a bit of instability to this. An explosive kind of instability, if you follow.
This is also good to know. And you see Shy, and she just says, I have it under control, but not necessarily forever.
Right, so there's a bit of urgency to this, and we need to make sure that she's helped.
Right.
That
We will
concern is
make sure
paramount.
that she is put in a place where she cannot harm others. And we will do what we can to better understand this condition. But I do not have any guarantees. I know nothing about what was done. And I know less about Ephraim's intentions for it. So, though you tell me time is not on our side, I understand that. But I can only do what I can do.
Well, we were going to try to call an associate of ours who does have a good bit of arcane knowledge.
Then he is welcome to potentially, if he is an ally with us, help with this endeavor if he has more knowledge than I do. But I believe this woman will be staying with us for the foreseeable future.
I need to get a look at Bal'taem's sister right now.
I want to insight check
She
her
is-
so badly.
I mean,
She is holding it together. As you look at her, you don't need an insight check. She is shaken to her core. She's been through a fuck ton. She just woke up. She met her brother. She had no idea what she was walking into, and now she's walked into this, and she's trading one cage for another. She is not happy.
I was
Yeah,
trying to. I want to insight Ileana. Not
Okay,
Yeah,
go
yeah.
ahead and go
I just
ahead
want to get a
and
look
insight
at her and
Ileana.
to see like how she's holding up right now. And I also
Not
would like
very,
to
not
insight
very
check
well, but
this
she
lady.
doesn't look like it. Doesn't look like that ebb and flow is getting heavier or anything like that. Bal'taem, very hard to read. She is collected. She is calm. It seems like all of this information that she was being framed, that Ephraim kind of went on his own way, that Zelfax was like fucking off, doesn't seem to have phased her at all.
She's too cool for school.
As if,
Yeah,
as if she,
100%.
you're not sure if she like had a hand in it, or if she is just so used to being in a position where literally every person you chat with has a knife ready for your back, and she is just like, this is expected. What you're getting from her is you're not getting, like, looking at her, you're not getting the sense that she has some nefarious purpose for your sister, but you're also not getting the sense of she's a bleeding heart and is going to jump in and first things first figure out how to save your sister. You get the sense that as who she is for this nation, she needs to better understand what the heck is going on, how this was done, and what the purpose is for this. And that's as much as you're going to get from her.
And if me and my sister decline your offer, I know how gracious it is.
Well, you are not really in a position to decline, are you? You are welcome to try, but I would recommend against it.
I don't like this.
After all, you presented her as evidence, did you not?
Presented her as a witness. No,
Which is evidence of your claims and what was done in that tomb, and potentially beyond. She is living, breathing evidence.
yeah, she's also a living, breathing person
I
who is in
understand
great
that.
distress and danger because
A
of the
danger to
actions of
herself
someone that was
and
allowed
others.
into this country and allowed to work freely on
Yes.
God's know what.
Which we are going to try to figure out with the help of this young lady here. And do our best to figure out exactly what was done. And to make sure that should things not go as planned, she does not harm many other people in an unfortunate circumstance. We are not here to harm her. She is information and help for us to better understand if we are going to be attacked. So no, we do not wish to see harm come to her and for ill effects to happen. But if they do, we have to make sure that she will not cause irrevocable damage to many other living, breathing people. So we will do our best to figure this out so that we can make sure it does not happen again, like you have said.
Right. But we're still talking about holding someone who's done nothing wrong against their will. She
You
is
have
a
already
victim.
said she is dangerous and she could potentially explode. I understand that she is a victim, but she is also potentially a weapon. perhaps left behind on purpose, so that you would maybe bring her here and take us out.
Shit.
And then you see her wave her finger, and there are guards in the room with you. You see them step up and please, I'm sorry, I did not get your name, young lady. And she looks at you, Bal'taem, for a moment, but sort of concedes and just says, Shaitis, Cullen. Miss Shaitis, please, you will not be caged. You will not be put in a dungeon. We will try to keep you comfortable and talk with you about this. But to understand our position, that we are being left in this circumstance, my guards will show you to a place where you will be kept comfortable and will be safe, both yourself and for those around you.
If I may ask, can I accompany her to wherever you're taking her? It's been a long time since I've seen my sister.
Yes, she is not a prisoner in the sense of being held against her will. She can have visitors, of course.
And when we get hold of this colleague of ours, we should be able to refer him that way as well?
Again, as long as he is not an enemy as of our nation and has no ties to harming us, of course, he is welcome.
To our knowledge, he does not.
Then
I imagine he has very few intentions to harm anyone.
Then, as long as you bring him forward to me and the Triumvirate, we will be happy to have his help in the matter. After all, the more arcane, the better. I am not the most and only knowledgeable person in this realm.
Right.
Well, Campion's hands going up like school.
You just see Alexander see you, Campion, and he says, Yes, young man, how can we help you?
I have been called, considered a man of science. I would be very intrigued if I could assist with the study.
I don't know if that makes me feel better
You
or
are
worse.
welcome to. Are you planning on staying here for a period of time with us?
He kind of whispers to Perry, how long are we staying here again?
We have many things to do, Campion. You know, world-saving things to do.
So, are we leaving today?
No, clearly, because Bal'taem is
Ileana, if these individuals would like to visit Miss Shaitis, make sure that the guard are aware of the nature of their visit and that they are allowed to see her.
Thank you kindly.
And
We
you
appreciate
see
that.
Ileana nod, and as the guards kind of like gently place their arms on Shaitis and start guiding her out of the room, Ileana follows alongside. Bal'taem, do you begin to walk
I'm
with them?
following too. Yeah, I'm following too.
So you
If
kind of
need
follow.
us,
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Perry, just if you need us, Ball.
Trying to shake my head. I don't say anything.
They open the door, and you fall into step beside Ileana as the guard are sort of flanking on either side Shaitis, and you begin to walk out. And she just, as she's leaving, she just, call me if you need me, Alexander. But I believe I will be busy for a while, probably. And you
I
begin
don't like it
to
here.
walk out. And as you're leaving, you just see as you begin to walk out and through the foyer with your sister sort of ahead of you, every guard like stands to attention as soon as she passes by. And you make your way out of the estate and towards that tower that you had originally found yourself in when you first entered this nation. Back to the group. As the door closes behind you, Alexander says, "Well, you went about your investigation in unconventional ways, but it seems you have managed to figure something out.
And we are an unconventional lot.
It was not all for nothing, of course. So, Oriana, though you are still not completely absolved of your ill-begotten actions all those months ago, we will remove the call for your arrest and execution. However, you will be at our behest to show that you are willing to work off your debts to the nation. In one part, to help us find and recapture Mr. Felben. But in second, to help us keep our nation whole and working. I will leave the details of your new assignment to Cade, as he knows the movements of our supply lines and troops and information on Felben, or at least the latest, and can get you up to speed. I am a busy man. Running a nation isn't easy. So, I will make sure the tomb is resealed, and I will make sure that everything is back to the way it should be. If you'll excuse me, you have a lovely home, Miss Scarlet. I will give my regards to your mother on the way out. And he nods his head and begins to head out of the room as you watch a couple of the guard flank him on either side behind him as he leaves and the door closes behind you. You are left with Cade and a couple of guard that are in the room with you. Oriana.
Yes, Kate.
This went both better and worse than I had expected, but I suppose there were unknown elements that I had no understanding of when I put this forward as a potential way of clearing your name. Still, you will be free to move about the country and beyond once your new assignment is put into place. But I will leave you for the day. Come see me tomorrow, and I will decrease the security measures placed upon you right now, and talk to you about the potential of what lies ahead. You all look, and he looks over all of you, like you could use the rest. You have been through a lot. I do wish you had informed me before you headed in. I could have assisted you. Perhaps helped you in some way. But you left my hands tied when you called me and told me to come here. That you had completed your work.
Wish I had called you as well.
Still, you did what was asked of you, and you will be rewarded for your service to the state. So, see me tomorrow.
Before you go, something happened, sir, to me. I'll kind of like gesture to my face.
He kind of looks at you, like squints at you. Interesting. Yeah, hard to notice, but the tomb is forbidden for a reason. I assume you fell into a trap, magical in nature or something.
Spirits of some kind.
I see. I am not a magical arcane practitioner. Your better bet would have been to ask Ileana. She is much more knowledgeable in that area. Even Targar, he has some knowledge.
So I will try to speak to them when I have an opportunity.
I'm sure it's nothing to worry about. Do you feel ill or weak or...
Not particularly, just like I've lost time.
Right. Well,
I would like to have that back.
I understand. Like I said, this is not my area of expertise, and I cannot see a heavy physical toll, like a rash or growth or curse. So I am limited in my knowledge of what it might be or what could have befallen you. You will have to talk to those who are more knowledgeable in this matter.
I understand. Thank you.
Yes, is there something you wish to speak to me about, sir?
Yes, actually. When this arrangement began, some of our belongings were being held as, I suppose, collateral. Will we be getting those back?
Perhaps. We will see what will be returned to you, given that you illegally found your way into Miss Ileana's tower and also now found your way into a forbidden tomb without permission. But you will be compensated for your work. So hopefully it nets a little more even for you.
We understand.
I will do what I can, sir.
I appreciate that. And the first thing, that was not entirely our fault. We asked someone to give us a ride. And I suppose we should have been more specific on exactly what the destination would have been before we left.
Keep your friends close, your enemies closer.
And keep the people that owe you favors for making them no longer be a goat somewhere in the middle.
That is very strange. I have no idea what you are talking about, but...
I barely know what I'm talking about, and it's my own life, sir. I have had an interesting few months.
I haven't had an interesting few decades, so I understand where you are coming from. And he walks over to you and just pats you on the shoulder, and he says, I will do what I can. Oriana, see me in the morning. I will be
Thank
at
you,
my
sir.
office. He just turns to you and nods and like does a little like salute and bow and says, "Thank you, sir."
Oh hell, I do that right back. Fuck yeah, strength and honor, brother.
And he just looks at the rest of you, gives a nod, and walks out. And the guards follow. And with the door now open, you watch as the rest of the contingent of guard leave your home and follow behind him, filtering out of your house and heading to wherever it is that they are stationed or need to head. But as your front door kind of closes, you are left to your own devices. And in that moment, all you hear is, Oriana!
Yes!
You fucked up.
Harry visibly flinches because her mother has yelled her name just like that.
Oh,
And she
Quinn
just-
freezes. Like,
And
that
as
sort of
you're-
yell has come
as you
across
kind of,
hills
like-
and valleys.
Yeah, as you kind of like turn and are like watching these guards, like they've left, cutting into your vision is
They're just like,
the extremely furious, like stalwart form of Helena Scarlet, and she stares all of you down.
I think I left.
Yeah,
This is
you're
why I
not
left.
you're not
Yeah, this
there,
is why I
but
left.
the rest of you, she is looking and she says, "Exactly what the hell were you thinking, bringing them here? And you're supposed to be her friends."
Ma'am, she didn't tell us she was doing this.
Yes,
It happened
ma'am.
without our consent.
Should all know better than to bring the Triumvirate into our home. Any number of things could be found or could have gone wrong. They are not people to be trifled with, Oriana.
Sorry, Master.
While I believe most of them are good people, they do all have their own agendas. And we have done our best as a family to stay in their good graces.
I know, Mama. It's
Quinn
I
would like to just start
had only-
edging, like, towards everyone else and see if we can, like, just, you know, that when you're trying to get out of the
Back out.
awkward conversation.
No,
Harry is
she is
not
like in
moving.
the door. She's like in the doorway, and
Damn,
you're not.
okay.
You're stuck in that room, and she
Okay.
she just looks at you and says, "Ariana,
I had only intended for Kate to be here.
and she just
Should've
looks
known
at you and like cocks her head and gives like an eyebrow.
I know.
Yeah.
I should have known.
They are a
better.
triumvirate for a reason, Oriana. They do nothing apart from one another. Our country stands the way it does because of their decisions. And whether we agree with all of them or not, they must work together. In most respects, if there had been something here that you had found that perhaps one of them was not, it would have been brought to light very, very quickly, which is likely why, if they are doing things below the board, God's help them should they be found out by the other members. But I don't know why you would bring them here to our home. We are good citizens of Atril and Riveran, both your father and I, but we also have our own business and things we do. No family is without its secrets. And ours are not things to be worried about, but they are ours.
I'm sorry, Mama.
Have you been gone so long that you forget how our nation runs?
No. No, I have not.
Then have you become so selfish that you believe only you matter? I raised
I'm
you better
scared.
than this, Oriana. I understand you are scared. We have been scared for months. Not only for your life, but for all of what has happened. But we have stood behind you. I housed you and your friends here, knowing what it could mean. Because I love you and you're my daughter. But I expect the same concern and respect from you as well. She just puts her hand on your face and rubs it gently. You all look very tired. And worn.
Yes, ma'am.
Do rest, but be cautious. You are in bed with some very powerful individuals who lead a very powerful nation. And like I said, Zoe, I follow them and I believe in my home. No one is without their secrets. And their skeletons in their closet.
We apologize for the imposition, ma'am. Again, had we been consulted in the matter, we would have, at the very least, came to you first for inviting people into your home. Without
Just a
your
heads up
knowledge.
would have been nice. It's very nerve-wracking having your government stampede with all their guards into your home.
You know
With
what
no
else
knowledge of what is going on.
Yeah, you know what else is nerve-wracking? Carrying a dead body on a cabbage cart through town to find literally every guard you'd ever seen, all just lining the fucking streets, and here I am hauling the damn corpse as evidence.
Yeah, we do apologize for the imposition, ma'am.
Yeah.
It is okay. It's
Very
in the
sorry about
moment,
that.
It is easy to get taken aback, but I am glad you are all right. I am glad that you are safe. Take the time to rest.
Yes, ma'am.
You know what is available to you here, and I will be in my study. She steps back, gives you one last look, Oriana, and then turns and walks away towards her study. And now you are left to your own devices, minus Bal'taem.
Mhm.
Cool. Speaking of, Quinn's just going to turn to, all right, I say we catch up with Bal'taem. I want to make sure that his sister is okay and that he's okay in all this.
I think it would be best to take care of that first thing in the morning with fresh and less frayed nerves. I feel as though that went better and worse than expected.
That's
As
about what
far
they said.
as conversations go, got the job done not in the way they expected and or wanted, and I don't want to cause any trouble. I'm especially concerned that if we make it seem as though we even for a moment intend to try to prevent them from keeping Ball's sister, they might do something
I understand.
untoward.
I understand, but at the same time, he's a friend,
I
and
understand.
I don't know what he's going through right now with this. But I don't want to do it alone.
I understand. Believe me. But I'm very concerned with emotions running high, as they have been all day, and currently still are. And I just kind of look pointedly around the room. That we are prone to acting in a way that would be unbecoming and cause more trouble. I don't think that they'll do anything untoward to Ball or to his sister. At least for now.
Hmm.
And I'd like to be able to call Fulton in the morning.
No, I
First
agree.
thing.
We need to call him as soon as we can and see if we can get more help from him.
But we've ruffled quite a bit of feathers. And feel like if our house is not in order, then we shouldn't be going into other people's.
That's fair.
And I feel like our house is very out of order right now.
Our house is never
My
in order.
eyes cut directly to Oriana.
I will say at this point it's probably mid to later afternoon, maybe like around 2:30, 3:30 in the day. Because you went to the tomb fairly early, like first thing in the morning. Took you a while to like search it, do what you needed to do, fight, and then come back, have this conversation. But yeah, you're looking around probably like 3 o'clock.
Yeah.
Okay. Compromise. Grab a sandwich. Then see if we need to have it over, or what else there is. 'Cause that was going to be my main concern, is trying to figure out what we could do to help her. But
Right.
aside from calling Fulton, that's mostly taken off of us right now.
Yeah, I don't know exactly what we can do. But I sure as heck ain't gonna let it just sit around and not do something.
Right.
I mean, maybe she's safer here, maybe she's not. But I really don't like that she's being held against her will.
I don't either. I mean, she seemed genuine and wanted to figure out what's been done and what can be done to try to
Right.
help her, but
I got the impression she cares more about this place than she does the safety and security of the innocent victim involved.
oh, she does.
Which tends to be par for the course around here.
Oh, I'm betting that she does. She doesn't govern shy. She does live and govern here, though. I don't know. Like I said,
I think we should catch a breath here first, though,
fine.
before we go rushing off anywhere.
No, I agree. Fine. I'm fucking starving. I say at least grab a bite, and then I want to at least know where they are, and make sure everything's all right there.
I'd assume they took her to Ileana's tower, but that's surely a place we're not welcome. Not right this minute, anyway.
Yeah, if that's the case, we need to see about making ourselves welcome.
All right, so you guys are going to have the staff bring you some food.
Yeah.
Take a moment to like get off your feet,
Mm-hmm.
think for a minute, and have something before figuring out your next move. Okay, Kieran easily comes in and eventually takes like the fact that you're hurt and need some cleanup to let you know that some food will be cooked for you. You were given the opportunity to clean up, bathe yourselves, have a shower, whatever, so that you can at least feel fresher, if not still feel the bruising and soreness and wounds, but you're able to bandage them up at least and not look like you're just like half dead.
Yeah, I take that opportunity.
Yeah,
and also a grilled cheese sandwich.
Yeah, they make you a good platter of like late lunches and charcuterie and stuff like that, so that you can,
delicious.
So that you can have something to snack on. While you're doing that, Bal'taem,
Good grub in this place.
Mm-hmm.
you are led through the streets of Atril with this heavy contingent of guard. But as you're walking, Ileana is beside you and she says, "Well, this is a very interesting situation that we find ourselves in, is it not? Mr. I don't believe I got your name."
Bal'taem.
Bal'taem, pleasure. Ileana von Netherall. I am sorry that you and your sister find yourselves stuck in this situation. I wish that this could be under better circumstances. I wish I could wave my hands and make everything better, but given the nature of whatever was being accomplished and the unknown portents of what it could be, we must take every precaution. I don't know how much you know about our nation, but we have threats. Usually on the daily, sometimes hourly. And we take every single one of them seriously. This is why we are still alive. So, please know that this is not because we wish any undue ill will towards you or your sister. But we must be cautious that she is not meant for a larger, more ill-intent purpose.
Right. I understand. Just not quite sure how I feel about it at the moment.
This is understandable. She is your family, and she is put in a very difficult position, and you obviously wish to help her. I respect that, and it is why I am happy to, like I said, have you visit her, be with her as much as you want. We just need to make sure that she is in a place where, well, we are figuring this out and better understanding it. If anything should go wrong, she will not harm a large portion of our society and people. Or others, if she was to go somewhere else.
Okay.
You continue walking, eventually coming to that tower that you had exited on your first day here in Riverend. And a few of the guards follow you inside, leading Shy in with you and Ileana following up. You sort of wind the spiral staircases for a couple of levels before eventually finding yourself at a door. Not the same one that you had come out of when you initially teleported here, but maybe like 3 floors below that.
Okay.
And as you step inside, it is a comfortable room. It looks like a it's not heavily furnished. There's like a few pictures on the wall. It's mostly empty. It's got like a rug in the middle. But as the guards kind of lead Shy in, Ileana like stays back from the threshold, and you hear her sort of muttering magic as she begins casting something. And within a moment, you see this purple sort of portal appear in front of the guards as they're leading Shy forward. And she says, "Please, Miss Shaitis, enter the portal. We will follow right after. It is a safe place for you to be while we figure out this situation." And listening She again takes a look at you for a moment, takes a look at Ileana, gets a sense of where she is, and allows the guards to kind of lead her through. And after a moment, Ileana kind of walks through and follows in. Do you follow after them?
Yeah, I follow. Yeah.
As you step through, you see this beautiful, like 30-foot by 30-foot room. It's got a bed. It's got a separate room off of it with likely like a bathing chamber. It's got bookshelves. It has like nightside tables. It has like a dresser. And as the guards like step in and kind of like stop leading Chartis and kind of like step away from her, Ileana speaks and says, "This is going to be your quarters for a little while. You will not be in here forever. As long as this is able to be kept under control, we will let you out, and you may visit the city, of course, accompanied. But this is where you will stay for your sleep and rest, and while we are figuring things out. It is, and she turns to you, Bal'taem, it is a demiplane of my making, but should anything happen, only what is within this area will be affected, rather than the outside realm."
And no one else can get into this place besides you, I assume?
Besides me, yes, that is correct.
Okay.
She will be safe here. We will make sure she has everything she needs. You just ask us and we will provide it for you. If this isn't to your liking, Miss Chartis, we will happily provide different accommodations for you. And if there are any items you would wish for or would like, I am happy to procure them for you. Within limits, of course. But this should be a safe space. At least the best one I know. So. I will take my leave of you. But I will come back within a few minutes or so, Mr. Bal'taem, as this spell does not last forever, and the plane will need to be sealed while we are busy with other things.
Okay. Yeah, a few minutes will be fine.
Well, you have, I would say, just under an hour, if you need it.
Thank you.
I will leave you to your devices. But if you should need anything, please, the door will stay open for the hour, and you are welcome to ask. The guards will just be placed outside so that you can have your privacy.
All right. Thank you very much.
Of course. She just nods and steps back through. You are left with Shy, who kind of goes over to the bed and kind of just like plops down on it, like still holding her chest, but taking a deep breath.
Yeah, Bal'taem starts scratching his head, and then he's gonna go sit on the bed as well.
I was not expecting to be offered up.
Neither was I, was not brought up.
I thought not that their choices are not wrong. But the This would not be my first choice of accommodations. Bal'taem.
I know. You took me away from this country when I was a little boy, so I think it was for good reason. Starting to understand why this place is awful.
Well, it's less the place and more the environment. But I took you because of our parents. I worry. I do not know what happened to them. And I hope that they are far from this. I was young as well when we left, and I do not know their positions in the nation, if they were of importance or just people doing what they were doing.
Do you know what our actual last name is? Maybe I can look it up, see what happened to them. If there of any note in this country.
Huh. Our last name was Kimathi.
Kimathi?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And the things that our parents did were not lawful as far as I know. But I also don't know who knew about what they had done. Again, I was young as well. I just knew that I couldn't let you stay.
What they did, this is why I kind of like gesture to myself. Me and you, not the.
It is also
Same.
why I am the way I am. Bal'taem. Our nature is not natural or environmental. It is not the way sun-touched are normally chosen or the way they normally fall. I think your skin bears reference to that. If you have met any other Aasimar, sun-touched or fallen, most look human, elvish in nature, half-elvish. Your appearance is a result of our parents playing with forces that they likely should not have.
Seems to get a lot of people in trouble with that recently.
Playing with forces they shouldn't?
Yeah.
Yes. I agree. I just... I was happy to see you, Bal'taem. I didn't think I would again. But now I wonder if I should have stayed with Gavin. I don't blame you. Please don't think I do. You know me, I just weigh the options and choose the one that seems the most positive.
Right. I understand. So this is not what I wanted to happen. I'm not quite sure, and I'm not quite sure if I can trust any of these people, what they say or what they intend to do. I don't know. I'm weighing the options of if it's
we
good
have
or
a
bad
choice.
still.
It's not. We're not just dealing with. We're not just dealing with citizens, regular people embroiled in politics. These are the leaders of a nation who have been through far too many plots to not see through every potential escape plan you might have. I don't think I'm getting out of this without a miracle. And when I say getting out of this, I mean leaving here anytime soon. Potentially they find an answer, and potentially they help me. But if I was in their position, the first thing I would be looking for is knowledge of what this weapon could be.
Yeah, that's probably
To them,
a good bet.
losing one person to save 1,000, 10,000, 100,000 is a worthwhile trade. Any leader has to make that choice. But it sounds like you are all not exactly in the highest of favor with them. So I'm not sure you're going to be able to ask for any special circumstances on my behalf. If anything, it sounds like you handing me over helped your case. Even if it was unintentional. But again, I just would have liked to know what I was walking into. Perhaps it would have been better for me to stay back behind the walls.
Yeah, I wish we all kind of knew what was going on.
Right. Well, What are your plans? You found me, but I assume this was not your ideal end state of things either.
No. First thing I'm gonna do is try to get Fulton.
Is this a friend of yours?
Yeah, I've met some interesting. I've met a few members of Lux Eterna in my travels.
Right. I've heard of them. A big adventuring group.
Yeah.
Not much, as I've been sequestered away, but I remember some studies in Agraria.
Well, funny enough, Fulton's from Agraria too. Only he lives there. He's a nice man. If they do let him get involved, I don't think he will let them harm you anyway.
Right.
And you can trust him. I'm quite sure of it. But after that, I have some more things to deal with. Sort of been marked by Dark God, but you know.
I'm sorry. Marked
I'm
by.
fine.
Are you making jokes or?
I really wish I was. I don't really know a lot, but apparently me and my group of friends I have been marked by the residue.
That is. How?
I'm not quite 100% sure on that either. I went into like a sewer, and then something like exploded, and then I was marked by Dark God. I don't really know what happened in between there, but something in between there. That's how it happened. That's how I recall it happening. I'm not.
Sounds exactly like my little brother.
Oh, can we just get Bal'taem recounting the events of the campaign like this? Because I'm getting a lot of Luis from Ant-Man vibes here, and I fucking love it. I'll listen to a whole stream that's like, just go, tell me our story.
She just says, it just sounds like you, always pulling you out of messes that you'd find yourself in.
Well, at least this time, it's 563 to like 1 now. So, well, now it's like 5 minutes before because I kind of put you back into a mess, but.
I am very happy to see you, though, Bal'taem. And she pulls you in for a hug and
And I hug her.
hugs you. And she lets you go and she says, "You've grown, certainly. Looked like you were holding your own. With all the things I taught you and more, it seems."
Yeah, I've been a lot of places. It's been a long journey to get to here.
Well, I am glad I got to see you. And no matter how this turned out, I at least know I won't be able to hurt others, no matter what the finality of this is. If it's me figuring this out or not. am glad that I got to see you, and no one else will be endangered. I more worry about what Ephraim and his plans are for Celeste.
Yeah, I'm worried about that too.
I don't know what he was trying to do. He just kept explaining that a great wrong had to be reversed, and that sacrifice was necessary.
He didn't ever mention if you were moving after being in the tomb.
I was out of it. The latest ritual was hard on both of us. He was getting close to whatever it was he needed. And he knew it was the two of us, one of the two of us, or maybe both of us, that he would be able to finish with. A lot of what he said was between fits of hallucination and extreme strain. Much of it doesn't make sense, and a lot of it I don't remember. It's all quite jumbled. I'm sorry I can't be more help.
Well, you did as best you could to survive, but I seen what happened in the other places.
I don't know if it was a fever dream or strain, or if I was just making it up, but I could swear he was talking to someone, not Butcher, not that man that he was working with in Riverend. A strange individual. Green hair. I don't know where he was from or who he was. Seemed to have power of some sort. Another arcane helper? I don't know. But he was working with Ephraim. Or Ephraim was working with him. Or maybe I'm just crazy and I was just hearing Ephraim speak and making up an individual while I was being put under extreme stress and strain and trying not to explode.
I always say there's always a little bit of truth in some madness, so.
It's true. But that's all I know. Some wrong that needed to be righted, that required divine energy to combat the malignancy placed somewhere. I don't know.
All right. Well, I have something for you. Now I'll go into my bag and I will pull out her amulet of Avandra that I've had.
You managed to find this?
I don't lose everything now, Sha. I mean,
And she takes
Sometimes
it
I remember things.
and she holds it to her chest for a moment, then places it around her neck and closes her eyes for a moment and takes a breath. Well, I feel like this. Perhaps I can be strong. You lost my sword, though, didn't you?
I didn't, but there's another funny story that comes along with that.
Why don't you save it until the next time you come to visit?
Yeah, it might be a little longer than an hour.
That's fine.
I have something else though too, and I'll take off the amulet that Cynric gave me, and I'll put it onto her. Just
What amulet did Cynric give you?
The rock with the black rock.
Oh, the symbol, and she kind of like looks at it. She's like, I've never seen. It's not obsidian. It's.
Yeah, it's. I don't know exactly what it is, but it's some sort of dark rock that avoids light. But
are you trying to curse me too?
Well, I figure if it was gonna curse someone, I've been wearing it for a while. I don't think it's cursed, but
I will say, make a perception check,
okay.
Bal'taem.
That's that's interesting. That's yeah. Perception. No.
Okay. She just says, well, I will take good care of it. Any gift you give me is one I will treasure.
Do you need anything? I'll try my best to see if I can.
Food and rest, I think, are the most immediate needs. Beyond that, I will need to gather my thoughts once I get those two things. I think we're all a little scrambled right now, and I don't have good answers or ideas for this situation I find myself in. Still, quite a bit more, and she looks around, comfortable than a pile of bones and some skeletons, so I'll take it.
I don't know, the atmosphere in that place was quite,
unique?
Yeah, very special.
Yes. The undead, I suppose, have their uses, but I'll take a few creature comforts.
Boring, but okay, I understand.
I am glad you found friends, Bal'taem. Do try not to lose them as well.
I've been good. Somewhat.
I hope so. You do seem more tempered. It's good to see. At least something has been settling within you after all those times I warned you.
Yeah, I guess it's a good byproduct of all this, I guess.
Well, take care of yourself and don't be a stranger. I do believe they will allow you to visit. Like I said, they have no reason to get rid of me.
Right. I'll be back probably tomorrow.
I look forward to seeing you. You look like you need some rest.
Yeah.
You smell like you need some rest, too.
Well, I don't smell like bones, but that's fine.
Excuse you. I've been held for months.
It's not an excuse. They don't have showers in den caves.
Well, they don't have showers in experiment rooms and bone pits.
Well, maybe you should have let them told them that they could have invested in some water.
Oh, right, yes. That was my main. Get out so that I can bathe and get myself settled.
I'll give her a hug.
She'll hug back.
Linger too long because she said you smell bad. Just like one of those awkward long hugs.
Well, she
Drink
will,
it in.
like, as he does, she'll, like, rub her nasty, grody self all over you, too.
Gross. And he'll just smile a bit.
Yeah, and as she, like, pushes back from you, she, like, pushes you to go. And as you,
I'll leave.
as you walk outside, you see Ileana is just about ready to sort of come to give you like a time warning, but she sees you. Are you finished for the moment?
Yes, for right now I'm finished. Perhaps tomorrow I can come back again.
Yes, of course. Of course, I will make sure that you have what you need to see. Just give a... do you have a time so that I can be prepared and be here for you?
I will let Oriana know about, a few hours before I make
Then
my
I
way
will
here.
appreciate that. If not me, I will make sure that someone is here to see you in and you have the availability to meet with your sister. If you'll excuse me, I must head in to make sure that our guest has all she needs before I finish up for the evening. And she walks through the portal, and you see a couple of guards sort of flank you to begin to lead you
Right,
out.
and I'll head out, yeah.
Okay. What have the rest of you been doing? Were you going eventually to meet up with Bal'taem?
That was my suggestion. Is
Okay,
once
well,
we,
it was going to take you a while to like clean yourselves and stuff like that, and then
Depends on
get
how
over
long it would
there.
take us to
So
do
by
that
the
tonight.
time, by the time you're getting there, you're noticing Bal'taem sort of being led out of the tower, and you kind of catch him as you guys are sort of like walking up. So this is where you guys kind of like meet and see one another.
Who's all there? Is
Everyone.
Everybody?
Yeah, everyone.
Unless somebody stayed back. I mean,
No. But yeah, your whole group is coming to like kind of meet you, and you guys see each other as you're like coming up on the tower. You see Bal'taem sort of being gently like led out and stepping back into the street.
Okay.
I was gonna like double time it up to her. Like, is she all right?
She's been placed somewhere comfortable for right now.
Are you all right?
I don't know yet.
Right.
I feel one thing and then I feel another thing.
It's a fair answer. I mean, I take this one thing as a positive though. You did it.
Did find her. She
You
is
found
safe.
her. Yeah. You found her. She's alive. Circumstances might not be ideal, but you have that. And we're getting help. As soon as we can.
I find trouble in though putting her freeing her from one prison to move her into another. Though the prison looks nicer and has more accommodations still.
A gilded cage is still a cage.
Correct.
And had I known that they would just take her, I would not have indicated that she was a victim. I thought they could help.
They might still yet help, but I doubt that it's a priority for them.
Still.
And do everything in our power to make sure they do help, and if they don't, we'll find people that can help.
We'd only know what we were walking into.
Speaking of, I say this, Oriana, not to try to argue or fight with you, because in the end you have helped me and you have helped my sister. And there's a part of me that will always be grateful for each and every one of you for that. But you need to trust us. Why don't you trust us? You've been traveling for a while. If you're going to do something, that's fine. If you just let us know, we can plan accordingly. You blindsided me, my sister, and everyone there. Your mother.
Oh, you missed it.
Well, she read that girl to filth.
Mrs. Scarlet was not late.
I left on an active choice. I did not want to stay there.
You're a smarter man than I've ever given you credit for, sir. I should have seen that coming myself. I've been yelled at many a time by my own mother. Did you not see the
daggers in her eyes when we walked in that door?
I thought maybe we'd have time to get out. I thought maybe there'd be a moment to, like, grab a sandwich because I was hungry and then leave and catch up with you. But no, that woman sprang like a coiled snake, she did.
Mothers always know. They always.
This is very true.
Shrewd and cunning. They will.
And the tone, I literally froze
instinctive.
Up. I had PTSD from that.
I don't want this to be a fight, but.
Oh, here it goes.
It's not that I don't trust you. It's never been that I don't trust you. I know how things work here. I know how to get things done. I know how to speak in a way that allows me to move as I wish.
You say that like this has only happened here.
I wanted to tell Cade before we ever even went to the tomb.
Okay, that's a fair point, but I'ma just say this. You're selfish. Do not try to deny it. It is what Oriana wants. It's what Oriana needs, first and foremost, no matter what.
Yeah, when we had that whole conversation.
When my life was on the line, yes, I won't
Your
apologize.
life was not the only one on the line, Oriana Scarlet. We all went there. We had no idea what the consequences would be. Not only that, but it's not just the calling them first. That's the problem. Don't! You will hear me out this time, because you normally don't. It's not just that you left a letter behind, left the information behind for somebody else to find without telling us. It's not just that you called Cade first and didn't tell us till the last freaking minute. So we walked in, got blindsided by the entire Triumvirate, blindsided your own mama, didn't give us a chance to do something so that maybe Bal'taem's sister wasn't taken from him again. But the first thing you asked Lex, who was bleeding out while we were all trying to help her, is, something happened to me. You're alive, Oriana. You don't have a bomb in your chest. You weren't dying. You and I both know that in lifespans like ours, a few years is the blink of a frickin' eye. But you were so worried about Oriana. Let's put Oriana first. It's my life, it's my life, it's my life, it's my life. Me, me, me. That instead of worrying about our ally, who was bleeding out, because first she was with us, and ghosts got a hold of us, but also she had to fight her damn friend. Can you imagine if we had to fight each other? And then you ask Cade, not how can we make sure the Bal'taem sister's okay, but something happened to me. How do I fix it? You're selfish, Oriana.
In our experience, things like this either go away within an hour, within minutes, or they don't. So I'm sorry if I want to find out if there's a way to get decades of my life back.
Decades. 20 years. In a lifespan of 200?
I will
Maybe
just
more
say
if
this.
you eat right.
Hang on. I will just say this. I rolled the 2, which made it 20. You have no idea how much time you lost.
Okay, well...
And given that your lifespan is about 200 to 250 years, 20 years, very hard to understand. Like it's like me aging from 33 to now 37. Like, really, there's no physical difference other than I get a little bit sore sometimes in the morning, but I'm really generally still like peak physicality. So like all I'm saying is you know something physically affected you. None of you, like even Perry, like none of you know how much time
right.
was lost, because unlike in a human where if you'd aged 20 years, it would be very, very noticeable. It's not so noticeable on you. So I will just say that, like, you know time's been lost. You're not quite sure how much.
Then I'll refrain from decades and say years of my life back.
Yeah, that's fair. You do
fine,
know that, but I will just say, like, you're not sure how many.
Yeah.
But it's not even noticeable, Oriana. For people like us, a couple of years is nothing.
Oriana, and I don't want to argue. I've made it quite clear that I'm pretty sure it's obvious I've given you the least amount of shit. I've been on your side at times, trying to help. I've kept secrets for you. It's not only just trusting us, you need to trust in yourself. You know, being honest with yourself is key to know who you are. I'm very well aware I was quite selfish to ask of you all to not say anything and come follow me into a tomb of death to get my sister. Quite aware of that. And I understood what that put you in predicament. And like I told you that night, you do what you need to do, and I will do what I need to do. I understood if you need to inform people, but you could have let us know what you plan to do. Even if we can't stop you, I mean, you did it anyway. We all said no, and you still did it.
And you made that very clear. We had that whole conversation where we were giving you our opinion, and you literally said straight to our face, "Oh, I was just going to do it anyway, regardless of what all of you said." So that's how little stock you put in anything we have to say. how little you trust our opinion, then why solicit it? Why ask us what we think when you obviously couldn't give a fuck less?
I believe this is being taken way out of order, in a sense.
Please
Do you
explain.
Do you mind if I would interject?
No, please. This is a group conversation. I'd like to know your opinion.
I feel... Yes, Oriana has very deterring character flaws, but we all do, in a sense. Hers, I wouldn't say it's more selfish than it's the basic biological understanding of self-preservation. Understand that certain actions that she's done have deemed that she doesn't trust us, but I feel it's in her way and her upbringing. She's trying to control certain reactions that have been caused by her without trying to involve us more than we had to in order to keep us at a distance, in order to not put us in more harm. Yes, a lot of these choices have backfired, but I do seem that in some ways it was to protect us in her mind of our own benefit. I do say, though, in her defense, she could have chose not to help us or Bal'taem, but she continued to. She could have continued her own investigations, though of course I fear that that would have turned to the worst. She did choose to come with us down and help Bal'taem, which then resulted in her vitality being taken away.
You make a fine point. None of us are perfect. I'll be the first one to admit I'm incredibly flawed.
Yes, you take things very too on the cuff, and I feel that has caused quite very sensitive cohesion with Lex Eterna.
Yeah, we'll deal with that later.
I plan to apologize for that.
Like Target said, even though you understand the situation, the ends does not always justify the means you do so. And you want to be a leader, Oriana. That's what you said to that man when we were in that deal situation, right? A leader makes choices, and they live with them. They don't go behind their group's back. If they're going to make a decision and do something, they just do it. They let them know this is what's going to happen and move from there. That is what leadership is, at least in my perspective. A leader that undercuts or only has their best interests involved and only divulges information that they think is only needed for them because they are above everyone else is not a strong leader and will have dissension and a mutiny.
Leadership is also about sacrifice. And you're so concerned with what you need and what you want.
Quinn.
Yes, that's true. But you're so concerned with what you need and what you want and what's best for you that you're not interested in compromise or sacrifice. You want to come out of everything looking perfect and having everything right for you, yourself. You don't give a shit.
Can I ask you why you think every decision I make is selfish? I don't discount the fact that I have made some selfish decisions. I didn't want to tell Cade before we left because it would make sure that my own skin would be safe. We are talking about breaking a law of the land when we were going to that tomb. The last time we tried to take the law into our own hands, it did not end well for us. I wanted to tell Cade, not because I want them to handle everything and them to or Bal'taem's sister to get lost to us forever.
No, you
So
wanted
many
to tell us that
times.
you were on the line.
Which is what
No.
you said, Oriana.
You said those are your words.
Not just that, though.
But that was all you said. You
And
said it's my life on the line.
And I'm gonna hold off on going where Quinn and Perry are going because I don't, like I said, I trust in you, Oriana, and I don't think you make decisions wholly selfishly. If you did, you wouldn't have come with me. You wouldn't have even. You would just took the papers that you had took the information you had. And Ileana's quite smart enough to code a thing without a cipher. I'm quite sure you know that.
I'm not saying
But
every
you-
decision.
You came with us, so I'm not saying you're wholly selfish, and I don't think that of you. But you've let the fear of this traitor mark guide some of your decisions, and right or wrong,
But it's not just that. We have a pattern. We all... We don't take into account the rules and laws of where we are. We just assume things. We did it in Cage Barrow. We did it at the Grove. Hell, even to an extent, we did it in Zuma.
No, we're not the only ones as a whole who make assumptions. So do you. You assume you know better.
I'm not saying I
Do you
don't,
mind?
Quinn.
Do you mind? You assume that you know better than the rest of us. You assume that you can make the call. You assume that there's information we don't need to have and you withhold it. You assume so much about what we think and what we need and what we should do. And then you act accordingly in trying to manipulate events to make sure they come out the way you want them to. Now, I'm not saying either that you're a wholly selfish person. I'm also not saying that I trust you all that much. I'd like to, considering all that we've been through. But I don't know how much I can, considering you keep undercutting anything that would build on any kind of trust with your own words, your own actions.
Well, there is no actions needed. She has saved all of our lives multiple times.
At
And
this
likewise,
point,
vice versa.
At this point, Cynric's going to pipe up and he's going to be like, look, I think tensions are still running high from the day. Everyone's talking in circles. We're not getting anywhere. Everyone's just placing blame and going back and forth, and I'm not hearing any different arguments than what we've had 6 or 7 times before. So, and at this point, you guys have like walked, I assume, back to Oriana's manor.
Yeah,
Because you're not
probably.
standing
We
in
have
front of
nowhere
the
else to go.
guards outside of the tower
Yeah, no.
Yeah,
having
no,
this
no,
lovely
no.
conversation.
airing out our laundry.
Yeah, exactly.
Spilling
he
all
just-
this
he
tea in
just-
the middle of the street.
So, like, as you like step inside, Cynric just says, Bal'taem still needs to get himself cleaned up. He's had a lot going on today. So have the rest of us. We've had fights with multiple people, had conversations with a lot more. All been in a state of confusion or trying to figure out what to do. Let's take the evening, try to be grateful that we're all still in one piece and alive, and reconvene in the morning to have a more productive conversation, one way or the other, because this is not productive. We're getting nowhere.
Right. And you know, that's fine advice. I will say one more thing and then I'm wrapping this whole deal. You're right, we have had the same conversation multiple times in the past. The fact that we keep having to is a problem. That needs to be addressed somehow.
I agree. But I think, like Campion, it's not one person, it's not one thing.
Agreed.
There are things that we have to discuss. And I think we've all just come off of a major high of battle politics investigations. People being called traitor, dealing with groups and allies that we weren't expecting. Let's take some time to ourselves to formulate our thoughts in the ways that we want, rather than just calling each other selfish or confused or assuming things or making assumptions or going to places and not understanding things. And let's come back and have a productive discussion.
There.
Fair enough.
He just like nods and says, "I need a drink," and he heads off to the dining room and meets one of your servers on the way, Oriana, and goes and grabs a drink for himself. And as you all kind of split off, I assume, Bal'taem, you want to go get a shower and clean up a little bit, probably.
I'll just say to Oriana, have you been cleared though of your charges, Salvo?
Yes and no, it seems. I will be given more freedoms, but they are expecting more in return.
I will give Oriana a hug.
Okay.
I'll return the hug.
Say to her, I really am glad to hear that.
Thank you. I'm glad
Also,
that we found her.
I smell like death, so
Yeah.
it's kind of
I wasn't going to say anything.
I link the hug lingers.
Yeah. As you all sort of head off, and Oriana, you prestidigitate yourself because you're like, I just got clean and this is disgusting.
That's cheating.
And go your separate ways to figure out what you want to do for the next couple of hours, if not the whole evening. I'll leave that to you. But that is where we'll take our break for the night. So please stick around. Thank you so much for the raid, the Pyro Club. You guys are awesome.
Thank you.
And you keep coming back. That's the
I know,
best
I
part
know.
about you.
I do go to their streams sometimes and like post in their stream, and they've
nice.
got a really cool. Check them out at the Pyro Club on Twitch. I believe they stream just before us on Friday nights, and I believe they also do Wednesdays and maybe Sundays. So please check them out. But yeah, we will be back very shortly after a short break to use the restroom, grab a drink, and stretch our legs. Don't go anywhere. We'll see how things net out with this political intrigue.
Wee.
Okay, we are back. So, you guys kind of split your separate ways and take time to grab dinner, get yourselves cleaned up, take a moment to reflect. Is there anything anyone wants to do within this evening, specifically, before you bed down and sleep?
Campion would like to, an hour each, kind of sit with both of those magical items.
Ooh,
Okay.
smart man.
Very.
Yeah, so you are going
10
to
minutes.
you're gonna sit with them, or are you gonna do you have identify?
I have no spell slots.
Identify's a ritual.
Yeah,
though.
identify is a
Ritual,
ritual,
dude.
though,
I
so
don't
if you
have
it.
I don't have a pearl.
Okay, you don't have it prepared. Okay, so that's fine. You
I
you,
have a pearl if you have it prepared.
I don't have it prepared either.
Okay. So yeah, you sit down on your own with those items, and the first one, what do you look at first? The leather?
I'm gonna look at the bracers.
The bracers. Okay, the bands.
Mm-hmm.
The bands are you will find them called the Bands of Mobility.
Oh,
If you wear them on your wrists, you gain a +1 to unarmed attacks and AC. If you wear them on your ankles, you gain an extra 10 feet of movement, and acrobatics checks are made at advantage using your legs.
Oh, that's
Okay, so
sick.
that's going to Sinric.
What's Henrik?
Yeah, or me.
Or
Yeah.
well,
Well, yeah,
one
it's-
of
it
the
does-
two.
I mean,
melee
hell,
people.
I'd take it, but I'm full up.
It does require attunement, but yeah. So
Oh,
yeah,
yeah,
you can
true.
you can attune it to your legs or your arms, and then based on that, you get one or the other.
And when we found them, they were on his legs.
They were on his
Yeah.
legs. That's why you
Yeah.
saw him being able to move through
Yeah.
everything.
My God.
So much better. The leather is Valai's leathers. It's studded leather armor. You have resistance to cold damage while you wear the armor, and the armor grants a +1 to AC. So it's +1 to AC and cold damage resistance, basically. Studded
Really?
leather. Yeah.
Okay.
And is that attunement as well?
It is attunement, yes.
Most
Most magic items are that give you
Yeah,
beyond
yeah.
just a +1 or
Yeah.
something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And what were the
Uh,
other things again that we had? The Forest Lord thing?
Yeah, Bracers of the Forest Lord were, let me just see.
Like a
The-
+2 to your AC.
Yeah,
When
so
you're
the
not wearing
Bracers of the Forest Lord are a +2 to AC if you're wearing no armor and using no shield. And in addition to the armor bonus, you gain +1 to attack and damage, and the attacks are considered silver as long as you are using no other weapon, and it works while wild shaped.
Yeah. But
And
they require
then-
attunement.
They do require attunement.
And
yes.
no armor.
And no armor.
Well,
But I
Which
think
you
I will
only-
just
when
say
you're-
this: I think they actually give better AC to parry even without the armor. So
They do,
also,
actually.
would this
they do.
Well, there you go.
will this
They do,
apply
because
to
I have
her?
that piddly bark wrap armor.
Yeah.
Will this apply
I
to
may be
her
taking
bear
this.
form too? Which you get the +1 for.
Yes, she
bear
will. She will get a
Yes.
+1 to attacks in her bear form and a +2 to AC in her bear form as well.
form? Okay, so yeah.
So
Yeah.
it's
That's some
actually
sick
it's,
shit.
It's great for a druid.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Druid sorcerer.
And then
Sorcerer.
we only have one person who can use the Great Axe, but what does that do?
The Great Axe is it's a +1 to attack and damage rolls, and when you reduce a creature to 0 hit points with an attack, you cleave through them and hit another creature within 5 feet for the overkill damage.
Nice.
So, like,
Fucking
for instance,
sick.
if if something had 5 HP and you did 10 points of damage to it, 5 would go to the creature that you down, and then another 5 would go to a creature beside it.
Hmm.
And that auto happens. There's no hit required, just like as a cleave. No attack.
So I
roll.
think.
And then
we'll
the
probably-
last one was Pride's Call,
Mhm.
which Pride's Call
Oh, right.
is a robe. Yeah, and it gives I believe 13 plus dexterity is AC. Your AC becomes 13 plus your dex. And once per short rest, when making an attack roll, you can use your reaction to gain plus 5 to the roll. And you make this choice after you see the roll, but before the attack hits or misses.
And can you wear robes and armor?
You cannot.
Work?
No.
There's no combat.
So yes, you can in certain types of robes. Like for instance, Oriana's right now wearing the robes of the sands or whatever on top of her leather armor. But those types of robes are like the Archmagi's robes where they set your AC. So basically, you can't use those robes.
It overwrites your armor.
Yeah, it overwrites your armor class.
Yeah.
So no, you
It
can't wear
stack,
armor.
no.
Yeah, it doesn't stack. It's and same with if you tried to use mage armor with it, it wouldn't stack.
So say for Oriana, the Arctis, I think you're the only one who uses leather armor, right? Or Perry uses leather armor.
Perry also uses leather.
I use leather, but
Yeah, I'm currently in studded leather.
Yeah, the armor would be good, but this is also good for you too as well.
Yeah. But if Perry's already going to be going without armor, then
yeah,
this
I'm
is just
taking the bracers.
Yeah.
And does Pride's Call count as armor then, DM, or is it?
It does not count as armor. It is.
But it's fun. But it just
a
changes your
robe.
AC. That's it.
It functions as a robe, so you could wear armor underneath of it. You would just be negating the whole purpose of the robe.
The thing I was asking about is because the bracers that we're giving Perry, they do not function if you're wearing armor. So would that counteract it?
Armor.
So you
since it functions as an AC.
Wait, the robes?
You can't. So the robes would be. This is
Well, robes
would it not? Because
armor.
I know because mage armor it wouldn't count as armor. Right?
Yeah, because if you're wearing robes and then you
she
cast
could
mage
wear
armor.
robes and have the bracers.
Yeah. Ah, sick.
She'd be wicked hard to hit,
We'll
which
see,
is
'cause
a boon.
that's giving Perry two of
Well,
the
yeah,
artifacts.
but
and
No, I know.
She would also need to lose either the book or the staff at that.
I'd be losing the staff.
Yeah.
I am though, as part
And
of
no
what
one
I'm
else
doing.
can use the staff, I don't think, right?
Nope. Well, unless someone else wields a staff.
Yeah.
Well, I just mean using it for... Because doesn't it have to be a by a druid or a sorcerer?
Oh, it might. I can't remember.
Sorcerer, warlock, wizard.
Okay, so
And
Bal'taem could use it, but...
Let's get Bal'taem.
I mean, it'd be nice.
Just wear it on his back like a spoiler.
Well, it's nice to have the extra spells, but I mean,
But
have
then
a
you
sword,
wouldn't be. You
yeah.
have a sword and a shield, and you
Yeah,
couldn't
so
have
it's
both
not
in your
gonna-
hands.
Yeah, it's not gonna work.
Yeah.
Like that,
And
so.
you're not a warcaster, so
Yeah.
know.
I'm saying it would be nice, but it's not gonna work like that. So yeah. There's always the option to sell the armor too, though. So
What
What armor?
the new leathers?
the new leather armor. Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
because-
okay.
And then,
Potentially. I think the new leather armor is better than both Peregrine's current armor and Oriana's current armor, though.
yeah. Just
They
that
would
if
probably
one of them
wanna get,
has
like-
one of them,
But
then the other needs to have the other two things.
But the problem is, Pride's Call doesn't work with the armor anyway.
Yeah, that's what I'm
No,
saying. So there's
whoever's using
Yeah.
that needs to just use that.
Yeah, use the armor. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
But again,
one of them has
remember,
one
it
of
is
them.
it is an artifact, and it is at its
Can you be attuned to two artifacts at the same time?
yes.
Isn't there...
You can be
Okay.
attuned.
I'm sorry,
to,
have you not met Lux Eterna?
Yeah.
Them bitches are stucked.
You can be attuned to as many artifacts as you want. They're just like magic. They're
Okay.
magic items.
I thought there was a specific requirement with artifacts, but maybe I'm thinking of...
And if
an
there
older
is,
edition.
I'm waiving it because I've made them artifacts because it doesn't make sense for them to be like legendary magic items. I could make them legendary, but whatever.
Maybe it was legendary items.
I
I don't know.
But
It
anyway,
doesn't matter.
I'm allowing you to be attuned to more than one artifact. So
DM says it's cool. Don't push it.
And then me and Senra could probably talk about the bracers later because I don't need to have them right now. But
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm
we'll have
gonna
the conversation
take
when he's actually back.
yeah, because
I'm gonna
I
take
can
the
see a use for
bracers.
either one of them.
yeah,
Oh,
I
the
think he
forest
wanted
lord.
the axe.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, he can have that.
But
Yeah.
I mean, not the force bracers.
I
but
think-
one on the anklets, whatever.
Oh, yeah, he
Yeah.
might.
Talking about
Yeah,
the
he might want that.
bands of
Yeah.
mobility. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, have a
Yeah,
conversation about that.
bands.
And he
But
was trying to
he-
decide, I think, between wielding the great axe and having his polearm master.
I think right now he's got like a cloak of protection,
Mhm.
the periapt, and the halberd. So he'd probably switch out the halberd or the glaive for
Great
the
axe.
great
Mhm.
axe, and then maybe the bands for the. I don't know if
The
he'd want to
cloak.
get rid of the cloak. Like that takes
Yeah.
his AC and saving throws down. So
Yeah.
that's you'll
Yeah.
have to talk with him about it.
Yeah, we'll talk.
Yeah, we'll have that
I'll talk
conversation
with
next
him.
week.
But
Yeah, we'll
yes,
figure it
anyway,
out when he's back.
So yeah, Campion, you spend the 2 hours. That's what you learn about those items.
Alright, cool.
Okay. Is anything else? I think Oriana, you wanted to do something.
Yes, I would like to use my last 3rd level
Mm-hmm.
to cast Sending.
Okay.
And where did I put it? I would like to send to Ilyana.
Okay.
Kate said you might be able to help me. A spirit in the tomb caused me to age. Is there a cure or treatment?
It takes a few moments, but you eventually get back. Interesting. I would need to know more about this spirit and exactly what happened. I may not have the poultice or remedy for it myself, but I might be able to tell you what you would need. You are welcome to come by.
Okay. While everybody is kind of just relaxing, I guess, Oriana will head over to her tower and try and get an audience with her then.
Okay. Easily enough, you take the time, you go over there, you announce yourself, and you are led inside to that like bottom floor. You are given a place to sit. There's like a couple of couches with like a nice fire burning. There's some like tea and teacups on the edge, and after about 5 minutes or so, you hear footsteps circling down the steps, and you look up and you see the familiar form of Ilyana, and she says, "Ah, so you have decided to grace me with your presence. You said you have an issue with a spirit in the tomb?"
Yes, it was a creature that was able to possess our allies and use their abilities against us.
I see a ghost, then, probably.
Potentially.
Right, and what is the issue? Is what this ghost did? Possessed you?
It sort of screamed at me, I think, and it caused me to be frightened. And I almost in that moment I felt some of my vitality slip away. Not much, I don't think, but
Very interesting. Well, you don't look worse for wear, but I also do not know much about you and what types of spirits particularly haunt that tomb. It was sealed for a reason, but I do not have the ability to fix such magics. My area is more the arcane rather than the divine. I am also not even sure the divine, but I know what I know. Just looking through her. Right. Yes. My abilities are less in the curing nature. And this seems to be more in that line of thought. So you would probably need to speak to someone who uses more faith-based magics. Maybe faith or nature? Not my area of expertise.
Thank you. You said Oriana knows where that temple to Arathis is, or
Yep.
at least might know where. Okay.
Yeah, it's close to the citadel. It's like just like the citadel goes up on like this hill, and the temple is just sort of adjacent to that, lower on the ground.
Thank you, Eliana. I appreciate your help.
Of course. Good luck with it. Yeah, I'm sure you will figure it out. If not, does not seem to be. And she kind of moves her head and takes a look, and walks around you. I do not feel anything of ill effect on nature.
It's less of an ill effect and more of a. I've realized some things about my life that have
That is fair.
allowed me to appreciate it more, and wanting those years back so that I can have the time to enjoy it.
Understandable. I wish you luck in figuring it out. But,
Thank you.
Do know that depending on the nature of what you need, you may have difficulty asking for what you want, given your status and the current climate that Atril is in.
Understandable.
But again, I do not know the nature of what this is exactly. It is not in my area of expertise. So I could not tell you if this is something quite powerful or if this is something more mundane that could be quickly or easily lifted with a smaller bit of energy.
Thank you for your wisdom.
Of course.
I'll
And
just
she leads you out and opens the door for you to head outside.
Okay.
All right. You make your way out. Is there anything else you would like to do? Are you heading to that temple?
I will swing by the temple just because she would.
Okay. Yeah. You head by.
just to see.
The doors are closed, but you easily manage to go in. You see a few people. It is a very square structure, made of heavy stone and metal. As you step inside, you see a couple of drafting tables where a couple of people are working sort of later into the evening on drafting architecture and design. You see a couple of seating benches. You see at the other end is almost like a clockwork compass. And then you see sort of at the far end, kind of bent over a sort of a 3D scaled model of what you can only assume to be Riveran, is a person. They have sort of short cropped hair, folded over to one side, kind of like a shaved side of their head. It's got silvers and grays in the hair, dressed in sort of metals and this white sort of cape over their shoulder. You see various contraptions, a lot of what you kind of see on Campion, like gears in nature and stuff like that, but kind of leaning over this 3D cityscape of Riveran.
Hello.
Hello.
I'm wondering if
You look up and they have kind of like a monocle on their eye.
I'm wondering if you'd may be able to help, or at least potentially guide me to someone who can. I recently came into contact with a ghost, I believe, and the encounter left me sapped of some of my vitality.
Okay.
I'm trying to see if there's a way to fix or cure this.
Right. Well, I can try to. I have not encountered many ghosts in my time, but I have encountered curses or illnesses, issues. I could attempt to try to use divine favor to attempt to rid you of whatever it is with these magics, but I cannot guarantee, and there is a fee.
Of course. How much for the fee?
For the lower attempt to restore you, around 200 gold. If I was trying to remove a curse, we're looking at around 450. If it's something higher than that, I am afraid I would need to go and attempt to use one of our scrolls, which are in limited supply and needed for our army at this time, and I would need specific orders of allowance from the government to use our resources on someone not in battle at the moment. And then to do so, it is not a guarantee, as a scroll has to be used, and it is a bit out of my expertise, as our high priestess is not here at the moment, but on the front lines with our soldiers. So it is not a guarantee. I would need to use whatever it would be. I could work on first go, it could not, and that would be 600 gold per use. But I am here if you wish for me to try. I, again, do not... This is... Ghosts do not typically... are not a typical problem of this area, and I am an assistant to the High Priestess, currently on duty here in the city.
I understand. I unfortunately do not have that kind of gold on me, and if it were something more severe, I think the military soldiers could probably use it a lot more than someone like me.
If you find yourself in severe cases of distress, you are welcome to come back and potentially we can see about helping you, as we do not want people to suffer. But given right now you seem to be relatively healthy, and though I do not know the extent of your ailment, you seem to be in fairly full faculties. It would be hard for me to request that.
Understandable. Thank you for your time.
Of course.
And I'll head back to the manor.
Okay. You head back to the manor. Is anyone else doing anything specific before getting a rest?
I will take the hour to attune to the bracers.
Okay, you do. And you remove the armor?
Yes.
All right.
And then I am going to pull out my crystal and call up the memory of Dobby and begin sketching from the image of Dobby that into my sketchbook to replace the one I lost.
Okay. Yeah, the image that you have is pretty much the same image that you kind of remembered from your memory. It's fairly full, and you begin to use it to sketch out, and given the reference material, it's fairly easy to make a sketch of it.
Yay!
But again, the image of him is silent, as you do not have sound to go with those, because that was all pulled kind of from your journal and what you had written down versus actual remembered knowledge.
No, Perry just wants his image.
Yeah.
Because then she can use it as a reference point to sketch the image of Dobby when he was dancing with Bal'taem.
Yep.
When they were high on
mushrooms or whatever
they were high on
that strange drug. Yeah.
The drug.
That ended up eating their vitality. Yeah.
Okay. If you need sound to go with it, just imagine a lot of swears and conspiracy theories, and you pretty much nailed them.
All right.
I just giggle about why there's a dragon, and keep drawing.
Yeah. All right. You do so. Is there anything else anyone else wants to do?
I have one more thing, but I'll let everybody else go because I took up quite a bit of time.
Okay.
You
don't have to have anything, by the way. Like, you don't have to fill the time.
I think I do have something. Quinn would like to grab a bottle of something from the liquor supplies of this fine house, if that's cool with the hostess.
Probably not, because it's a hosted house, and they're giving you things. So they're probably not just going to be like, sure, you can just have a bottle of our whatever. They will serve you drinks to a degree.
Sure.
But they're not just going to let you run them out of house and home on whatever booze you want.
That's entirely fair. Is there a liquor store nearby?
Probably, yeah. You could go out and buy your own booze.
Okay.
So easy enough to, like, with asking directions and stuff like that, easy enough to find somewhere. So what do you want to buy?
I'm trying to remember if I've seen Bal'taem drink anything specific, or it's just, that's fine. Like, if he's one of those kind of drinkers,
he's had whiskey before, I believe.
I would like to get a not crap whiskey, like I'm not aiming for top shelf. I'm aiming for, this is what you would give as a gift to someone that's like kind of your friend, but not like a wedding present sort of whiskey.
All right, 10 gold.
Sweet.
Is like a middle of the road whiskey.
Good enough.
All right, so you easily are able to buy it.
Mm-hmm. And
come back to the home. And
yes, I do.
Let in once more.
Hooray! Then I would like to find where Bal'taem at.
Okay. He's probably in his room.
Okay, cool. If he's there, I'm gonna go and knock. So.
Okay.
Who is it?
When?
I'll go and open the door.
Okay.
And then I'm just gonna hold up the bottle. It's like, you accomplished something today. I say it deserves at least one.
At least one. I don't know if at least one is going to be enough, but...
That's why I said at least one, sir. I know my audience. Also, I figured out something that you and I have in common that we didn't know. Our sisters are both much more accomplished and cool than the both of us.
Well, I didn't say that.
Bal'taem, don't fucking lie. You know, but...
She's pretty cool.
I'm just going to hand him the bottle, and then I imagine for at least a little while, he and I are going to just shit talk our sisters and drink.
Okay. You do so. Okay, Oriana, what's your last thing?
Before she goes to bed,
Mhm.
Oriana's just gonna kind of, with what she has, which isn't much, set up like a shrine, a mini little shrine,
Uh-huh.
and just kind of pray to Asmodeus.
Okay. All right. You actually
Neat.
set up a shrine. Nice. Okay.
She has no idea what normally would be there, but she's using what she's got.
Okay. You pray to Asmodeus. Goes off without a hitch. You feel like you've said your piece, and eventually all of you find yourselves to sleep. You rest and recover after a long and arduous few days.
Honey, preach it.
Woo.
And
Ain't that the god?
find yourselves awake the next morning, rested and recovered, if a little sore, but yeah, you wake up, you come downstairs, a breakfast is laid out for you. You are able to sit together and eat and plan out what your next move is going to be.
All right.
Hooray.
Well, we are alive, which is
a
sometimes a miracle.
It is a damn achievement. I need to roll a d4.
Oh, to get your charges back, yeah.
Yeah, so hang on. D4 plus
Rest.
2.
2.
Ooh! Hooray!
You got most
Well,
of them back.
damn.
Nice.
Actually,
Damn,
I got all of them.
Oh, nice. Did you have one
I
left?
only used 4.
Oh, okay. Nice.
Sweet.
All right. So you got your
Yeah,
charges back.
I had 3 left for one emergency shield, and the emergency fortunately never came.
There you go.
Yeah, that was dope.
All right. So you prepare yourselves, and you are settled at the breakfast table.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
What are you guys doing?
Once again, I appreciate you all, and I ask just for a little bit further to continue to be selfish. I would like to make sure my sister, in any capacity, could be assisted with any person or anyone I can help. I think my first thoughts before we do anything is trying to get Fulton, at least contacting him to see if he could do anything or help in any capacity.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's fair.
Yeah. We give him a call. We're going to be in town for a little bit anyway, because we've got to figure out where we're even going next. Part of that is going to have to be going over and talking to Lex and see what she knows about the shackle we're supposed to look into somewhere in this region, and also try to, build a bridge or two best we can.
Yeah. We need to smooth that over.
Yeah, I'm aware.
Now that
other than
cooler
that-
heads have prevailed.
I also need to go speak with Kate about reducing the security on me.
Didn't you say you were going to get a new assignment? That sounds...
Yeah, but I assumed you can't do this without leaving the country at some capacity. And I kind of like motion to her ankle area.
The assignment is basically that I have to work for him a bit, and I need to try to assist in finding my mentor.
Well, I mean...
I
think you want to find him just because he tricked you and you're mad about it. I would want to find him because he tricked me and I was mad about it.
I told them when they first talked to me about it that I would be willing to help find him because he had told me so many lies. Yeah, and I do not appreciate being lied to like that.
It ain't fun to be manipulated.
Mm-hmm. Not so.
If
all right,
nothing
so
else
there's that.
pertinent we have on our plate. Oriana, do you know of any, like, I don't know what you would call it, but like, is there like a family lineage tree library, something like that, or do they have records of like
a family
people?
tree library? That's what we want to find. I love it.
I imagine there would be a library somewhere in the city.
Yeah, there's a huge library.
Records or something like that.
If there is, it would be at the library. I can give you directions if you needed to. I think it is, isn't it?
Yep.
Okay.
You mean you don't have to give him anything? That's dope.
It's your soul.
I mean, it's pretty extensive, probably, given what you've seen of the one in Zuma, probably not as, with the types of tomes that get sent there and stuff like that. But you gathered a lot of knowledge from the library here.
Yeah.
And given a Trill's nature of assimilating a lot of cultures, there is a swath of books and articles and writings on a multitude of different things over the years.
Yeah.
I guess before I even consider spending time on it, is it should I probably mention what I'm looking for? I don't know if it's this in any capacity capable of me being able to, like, there are records of people's like lives and like families or like business. Can you look at that sort of thing?
Oriana wouldn't know. She was never really into genealogy.
Yeah.
She was interested in history and art and things like that. So
She's not sure. She just knows there's lots of books.
Again, if the information is in the city, then that's probably where it would be. At least what is publicly available.
I will say, just from your intelligence, Oriana, certain culture and genealogy might be able to be found in texts at the library, but like specific family tree stuff, those would likely be in like the city records or government records. Like, and that's if the family was like within the area or whatnot and like registered. Unlike today, which today you actually have like a DNA test where you like poke yourself and you give blood, and that's only come up fairly recently since we've been able to like scan the genome and like actually do it. It's a fairly recent technology. So
I'm looking for like old school like Ellis Island records essentially.
Yeah.
Like,
So what I'm saying is this Oriana, like, she would get the sense of like, if you want to know about your background and you have some information on like where your family is from and the area, the library you'd be able to find texts about that area and the culture and how it's evolved. If you're specifically trying to find out like, who are my parents? Do they have any siblings? Like that kind of stuff, you'd find that in like city records, because that would be recorded when people are actually living in the city and they're actually like registered as citizens.
Right.
That would
When
be less a library thing and more
Yeah.
we know your family name and they live here in this district kind of thing.
Would that be more of a? I don't know if I would know. Or, to me it makes sense, but I don't know if Baltimore would know. Would that be more of a like that city would have it, and not the major city? Like since I was on the outskirts, that city's records would be
the major
held in
city
that city?
might have knowledge if the family is prominent enough
Right.
in the culture and has a reason to be well known. Otherwise, it would be more likely in the like the mayoral office of the actual city itself.
Okay.
Or if the family was originally from a specific city and then moved out,
Right.
some of their records would be kept like still in the city.
Gotcha. Okay.
But yeah, like otherwise, like they wouldn't really keep track of that kind of stuff.
That makes sense.
I will direct Bal'taem thusly.
And I mean, even today, even with DNA tests, it tells you you are part you're part African or you're part European or whatever. Like you don't actually see like, oh, my mother's mother lived in like Germany for X years, and then her father lived in Poland, and then before that someone lived in like Egypt or whatever. Like you don't know that unless you talk people in your family know where everyone has come from, and that's been written in some book. Yeah, exactly.
We just need to get Bal'taem referred to fantasyancestry.com, and then he'll be able to figure it out.
Even then, he would know that like maybe his parents were originally from Saratan or something like that. Like he would know that, but he wouldn't know
where
all their brothers and sisters and stuff like that unless he specifically had that information given to him. So I'll just say like that's the type of information that you'd get. Although you could potentially get like if you looked into a specific last name, you might get who has lived in this city and if they still do live in the city.
Yeah, and I might just, might have family that he's not aware of either.
Exactly. So, you don't know. But yeah, so Oriana would direct you to that if you're specifically looking for a specific name. And lineage.
We can meet one of Bal'taem's cousins who also has their shit together more than he does.
but I will say, like, if you're looking into that might be a little bit more privileged of information to try and get. Trying to find information on where these people are from and if they live here.
Right. Okay.
Something on the back burner or to consider.
Yep.
Anything else we need to weigh our options on?
As long as you know your sister's in good shape, that's a main concern.
We need to call Fulton.
Get hold of him. Talk to Lex and see what we can find out. And also, like I said, just have an important conversation. Because if we're supposed to find that shackle while we're here, we need to know where we're going. And then I believe Oriana mentioned that meeting with Cade that she's got to go to figure out what her assignment is and what restrictions are placed on her.
Right.
At this moment, a knock on the sort of dining room door, and you see Kieran come in, and he says, "Lady Oriana," and he presents a letter to you. He says, "Someone brought this by this morning. It's for you. If you would please, I'm sorry I didn't get it to you sooner. I wanted to give you a moment to eat and get ready for your morning, but."
Oh, thank you, Kieran. I'll just... Who has the bag of holding right now?
It's sealed with the official seal of the government.
Peregrine, there was that fancy letter opener that we found. Could you pass that over to me real quick?
That's so pretentious.
That is such a prissy Oriana move. I love it. Perry, pull it out and hand it to her.
Hey, it's only because she knows it's there.
I know. I'm just saying that's so pretentious.
Hey,
give me the fanciest letter opener.
I love finding uses for random items that you give the party. Okay, so you use it to open the gently open the letter. Okay.
I guess you just need to send us more mail, and we'll get a lot of use out of it.
So you gently pop the wax seal and lift the letter, and it says, The strength of the Triumvirate requests Oriana and friends this morning at the Gorsham Estate.
Oh shit.
And it shows 1000 hours or whatever it is. It's like 10 o'clock basically.
Okay. Well, I take it that tells us what we're doing first today, huh, y'all?
Looks like.
Yeah.
I will first turn to Ball. I hate to ask, but did your sister remember anything? Anything that we could use to help her? Help Lex find Afrain? Anything?
She wasn't quite sure what she saw or heard, but she remembers a person with green hair and also some sort of magical, arcane in nature power of some sort. And something about a malignant sea.
All right. Well,
That's all she remembers or recalls, but she didn't get a good look at them or even know that if it was real or not. So.
Right.
But.
I mean, that's fair.
It's something rather than nothing at all, though. Green hair, I assume, would be pretty different feature than most.
Stand out a bit, I think.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah, none of you have ever seen anyone with green hair.
Oriana's on. That's the first time I see someone with purple hair is Oriana, so.
It's all natural.
Bal'taem squints and looks at her a bit, considering, like, do I believe that or not?
I mean, you saw her mother has blue.
Yeah, I was like, I'm not even gonna. That's fine.
I mean,
At this point, we've been on the road long enough that if it isn't natural, there'd be a lot of root.
He's like,
Or have I just not let you see what else is in the bag of holding?
he's like, does she have dye? I need to ask her later. But,
Harry opens the bag of holding, looks at. There's no
And
dye.
she also has prestidigitation, so she just be like,
Yeah.
whoop.
Just got to re-up it every couple of
There you go.
minutes.
but that's all she recalls.
Okay, I mean, it's not nothing.
Yeah.
Well, folks, I reckon that Oriana's meeting is first on our agenda.
Seems that way.
All right, so are you all finishing up and heading to the Gorsham Estate?
Yep.
Yeah.
Before we do, Oriana's just going to pull out her book real quick
Uh-huh.
and flip to one of those pages at the end that she uses to write to Asmodeus,
Mm-hmm.
and just says, or writes in there, I've never considered myself vain. But I trust that if you wanted me, or if it was like, I'm trying to like give the idea of what I'm trying to write here. I'm not like verbatim writing this, but
Well, what are you writing? Tell me what you're writing.
okay,
yeah. Say verbatim what you wrote, man.
I just hadn't thought about it, so I was trying to verbalize.
Well, you can always leave it till later if you want to like take a time to like formulate your thoughts as to what you write.
Yeah, sure. I'll type it to you.
Okay.
Type it to you.
All right. All right, you all get up and head on your way to the Gorsham Estate. You make it back there. Most of you have seen it already. Oriana, it's your first time. A very large estate, much larger than your family's, heavily guarded. But showing the letter and presenting yourselves, you are led through and sent to that same study that you had all seen previously. Cade sitting or standing at this point, staring out of the window as you all step inside. And as the door sort of closes behind you, he turns around and he said, you have all graced me with your presence. I appreciate you coming.
Well, a man like you that asks nicely when you can just as well summon us by force, it bears consideration.
Well, you may not be so appreciative when I explain to you why you were summoned alongside Oriana.
Oh dear.
As you know, entry to the tomb is forbidden for a reason. And though you were assisting your friend and your other friend, as he points to both Oriana and Bal'taem, you did still skirt our laws and refrain from letting us know your intentions before entering and doing as you would. Because of this, you will also be making good on this assignment alongside Oriana. Now again, as you have said, Mr. Quinn, I believe your name is, correct?
Mm-hmm.
You are welcome to decline, but then you would be spending a good portion of time in prison, and I assume that is not to your enjoyment.
I prefer to not. I do have other matters outside of a cell that need attention.
I would assume. So, this is not anything dangerous or... well, I don't believe it's dangerous, but it is simply information gathering. We require some assistance, as there has been some talk of issues in Emberhold. Our mining operations there have seemed to have stalled, and we need an envoy, diplomats, to head there to understand what is the issue and to hopefully resolve it, or let us know why mining the ore has stalled. If it's something you can fix, we are happy to have you do so. If it is not, then that is unfortunate, but as long as you respond back to us and let us know what the issue is, we will send someone to look into it. The issue of you moving about freely, Oriana, and he moves around the desk and knocks on the door, and someone comes in with robes and performs a spell. None of you have ever seen it. You don't really understand the runic magic, but you know it's a spell as something in the device shifts.
Keep her locked up.
You're welcome to counterspell it.
No.
I'll say counterspell.
I'll do it. No. No.
But you
We don't
watch
mean
as sort of the blue of the device shifts to like a purplish color, and the figure stands up, nods to Cade, and heads out. He says, "That will allow you to freely leave Riverend without any undue issue or stress upon you. It is a necessary precaution for us to still understand where and what you might be doing in case you do try to skirt your duty in helping your country retrieve a war criminal, but I believe we shouldn't have any issues. As for what you did in the investigation of the strangled vine and figuring out the issues, there is thanks for your help. And he goes back around his desk and opens a drawer and places a pouch, and you hear like the jingle of coin within it.
Mhm.
2,500 gold.
Okay.
For your help.
Right, I'll put that in the bag of holding.
So you can just get rid of the last 2.5k because that's what that was standing for.
Oh, that's right. That's what it was.
Yeah. So now we actually have 4,216.
16 gold. Yep. Cool.
The other items that were missing are not on the table.
Okay, I will just remove them from the bag of holding.
Yeah.
You know who fucking Charlie has the Ileana. She's like, oh, these are nice.
Maybe.
I mean, it's a potion of fire resistance and a potion of
No,
restoration.
I mean they're not like
whatever,
super
so,
huge, but
yeah.
like
It's
fucking
it's
bastards,
fine.
you know?
We got our money
Alexander's
back.
probably the one that took those. He's kind of a jerk.
Maybe.
That's fine.
Um,
We don't
but he
know,
says
but
if
we'll-
you are able to handle what is going on in Emberhold, then you will be compensated 5,000 gold.
Ooh, shit. Okay.
So it is not simply us forcing you to do this. Your time and effort will be paid for as well. Should you be successful. If you are unable to handle the situation yourselves and simply report on what you find, you will be free to go on your way. The compensation will stay with us, however.
That's just fair. Not able to do a job, don't get paid for it.
Yeah.
Happy
This
to,
job does
yeah.
not need to be completed this moment. We just expect that should you leave Riveran proper, it should be the first thing on your list, or one of the first things on your list.
Fair
If
enough.
we notice you end up going east or southwest for whatever reason, there will be questions.
Right.
Right.
That actually brings up a point. There was another reason that we came to this city
Right?
before, everything occurred. And we need to confer with one of the people we were supposed to meet here and find out if there is a specific time constraint on what we were supposed to do. I'm sorry for being vague, but it's
No, that's fine. Your
a
business
long
is your
fucking
business.
story. Thank
Again,
you. Also,
if you're as long as you're not going miles and miles out of the city in the wrong direction, you should
Right.
be
Right.
fine.
Okay.
that's the thing. We don't know what the direction is exactly that we need to be going. So would we need to find that out and tell you which way we're going before we do and make sure we're still on the level here, or what exactly? Because
If you
I'm-
find that you must make a heavy diversion, I would appreciate the heads up to
Fair
understand
enough.
that you are doing that business.
right.
I will
That is
track a
absolutely
timeline,
fair.
and then as long as I see you moving towards where you need to be going, we are in good standing.
Right. All right. I just wanted to be sure, because if this is something that needs to be handled, sooner than the other
No,
thing.
if your business
then,
is important, you may take care of your business. We are not holding you hostage. We just
Right.
expect that, given that we have made certain concessions given the work that you've done for us, although not fully in line with our laws and rules,
Right.
you hold the same respect for us and help us out where we need it.
Right.
Perfectly
Uh,
fair.
Yeah, it is. I just wanted to make sure what exactly we need to do, just in case we have to go off somewhere that is not the direction. I'm hoping we can just go in one direction and handle everything, and that would just be the most convenient.
Well, Mr. Quinn, sir, generally letting your benefactor or employer know beforehand when you're doing something, it works out for the better for you. But anyways, you are
that's
free to
completely
do as
fair.
you need to do. Like I said, it's a mining town. I'm not sure what you know about Emberhold, but I'm sure Oriana can fill you in. It is on the border of Iskrav. It can be a little strange there. I do recommend that you don't go too far past the borders of the fortress itself. The Isgravians can be quite difficult when we encroach upon their land, and their raids have known to be aggressive. Now, I do not know exactly what is the issue, but I am sure the rector of the fortress and head of the mines can probably fill you in. And from there you can conduct another investigation. This time I hope more above board. I'm sure they have their own rules for their mine as well. I don't know all of them, but I would be aware of what you're walking into as you do your detective work to figure out what might be happening. I believe that is all. Oh. He looks around and he opens another drawer and he places another pouch on the table, and he says, another 1,000 gold for your travel and other expenses to head where you need to head. That is guaranteed whether you are able to help or not.
Oh, we appreciate this a great deal. Thank you.
Of course. I wish you luck. Do you have any questions before you head on your way? As I'm sure, like you said, you are very busy people, as am I.
Are we to assume that the people at Emberhold are aware that you're sending people out there to find what is wrong?
They are. Oh, thank you. And he pulls open another drawer and pulls out a piece of paper and signs it and rolls it up and then grabs a seal and seals it and hands it over to you. He says, this will let them know that you are our official envoy for diplomacy and figuring out what the capital can do to help our people.
I think I can safely say I've never been hired to do anything that would be called diplomat before.
Well, Mr. Quinn, sir, I recommend that maybe you leave the finer touch to those who are better at it if it is not your strong suit. It is not mine, to be fair. So I usually leave the flowery words to Alexander and Ilyana.
Yeah, you and I have that in common, sir.
You know where your strengths lie, so I will leave it to you to decide who you want to lead the finer points of conversation. And perhaps if you need to do something more forceful, then you're the one to call in at that point. That's where I come in most of the time. Strategy and... well, yes. Anyways.
I just whispered to Oriana, it's still kind of better than Quinn. I don't know, to me. But...
he looks at the rest of you. He says, is anything else that I can help you with?
Other than that, only thing we're just tasked to find whatever's wrong, report it back, and if we can deal with it, deal with it. If not,
Yes, at least find
Report back.
the issue. If you can handle whatever the issue is, whether it be uh, the, the miners deciding to strike or something else of other nature. If you report it back to us alone and expect us to send more people to handle it, we will. If you believe that you have the skill, and at the word skill, Cade directs his eyeline to you, Quinn, and he just says, if you believe you have the skill and requirements to be able to rectify the situation amicably yourselves, then you are welcome to do so, and we will make sure that 5,000 gold is ready for you from the rector upon completion of the job.
all right.
We will do our best.
I wish you luck.
There is one more question, Kate, that I think you could help me with. Would you accompany me to the opera?
Ah!
This
I just
evening?
like elbow Perry, just like
Yeah. Perry just smiles.
Nice.
This evening?
If that works for you.
Right. Well, I would be happy to accompany you. Shall I come by your manor at 6?
That sounds great.
Very well. Oh, one more thing, Oriana. Emberhold is not just for you to head there to handle this issue. We have had inconclusive information, and we are not sure, but Damien has potentially been spotted there. Or at least that was his last known location. He may not still be there, but there is potential for you to figure out what his business was and where he might have been hidden. Think of it as killing 2 birds with 1 stone.
I will. Thank you.
Of course. Well, I do not want to take up more of your time. I am sure you are busy people and there is lots to do.
Indeed.
You will know that you are no longer being tracked by our guard. Well, more than, and he points at Oriana, than is necessary. You are free to move about the streets. Please try not to find yourselves in forbidden areas without our knowledge anymore. I would like to keep our business relationship equal and on the up and up.
I mean, to be fair, that was kind of a one-time thing. I don't believe anyone's sister is going to suddenly find themselves within a forbidden tomb with some sort of cult meeting happening.
I don't
Another
ask where
time.
sisters might find themselves or where or what your business is. It is your business. I only ask that either you are very, very good at keeping it very close to your chest and a secret, or you work with us and make sure that we have an awareness of what you need to be doing if we need to know. That is all I ask.
Understandable.
we'll try our best
Again,
to
I
keep
would
our
like to
nose.
keep our arrangement agreeable on both sides.
As would we.
Very well then, I will let you go. If you have no more questions, if you do, before you leave the city and you need anything from me, please let the guards at the front know. If I am available, I will speak with you. Otherwise, I will make sure to find a time where we can meet once more. Oriana, I will see you at 6.
See you then.
Be safe. And he pushes himself back, stands up, does his saluting bow once more and then walks around to open the door and gently guide you out. And as you are all led back out of his estate and into the streets to figure out what's next on the docket for the group of you and what you wish to do and where you wish to go, that's where I'll end our session for tonight.
Awesome.
Woo!
Woo!
Ooh, Orion and Cade. sitting in the street.
Perry just subtly high fives Bal'taem in
Yes.
the background.
Hey, I'll dish it right back. Bal'taem and Sinrig sitting in it.
I mean,
But
in his
yeah.
defense, he was real high when that happened.
I mean, he's been real high before.
I mean,
And he's done a lot of shit.
Senator's quite a catch. He's very strong to protect me. So
Yeah,
Mhm.
Shinrik has
Plus,
those,
you know,
those
Gotta love
nice,
that strong
big,
boy.
warm, comfortable arms.
he's
Mhm.
he's a silver. He has that gray going on. Silver fox. I mean,
There you go,
Plus,
yeah.
you know, he can
Very
fish, so you'll always be able to provide food.
He's very
Exactly.
sustainable.
He can
He's a
provide-
He's
man.
resourceful.
He can provide for his family.
He's a
Mhm.
man. There's no shame there.
But yes, that is where we'll end tonight.
Awesome.
A very interesting episode, interesting session. If you enjoyed, well, first of all, thank you to RF Chaos for the raid. We really appreciate it. That's super big for us since we are a pretty small stream. So we really, really appreciate you guys. Anyone who's stuck around and stayed watching, thank you, thank you, thank you. If you enjoyed the session, please share with your fellow D&D lovers. The best way to help us grow is to spread the word. And remember, folks, it's nice to be important, but it's more important to be nice. Have a great Friday. Make good choices. And we hope to see you back here next week. See you
Hey
later.
guys.
Have a
Bye.
great night.
Bye.
Back next
We love
time
you.
for Oriana's date.
That's right.
Yay.
And whatever else entails.
Who knows? The
We
DM.
certainly don't.